Democratic Congress, Senator Dixon, says the court order is lacking legal merits aimed at undermining the party's progress and which, according to him, will not stand. Dixon said that the ruling is against multi-party democracy, anti-democratic in nature, and aimed at narrowing and stifling the democratic space. The NDC national chairman said the party had assembled a team of lawyers to challenge the ruling and urged members and supporters to remain calm. Former Bayelsa governor alleged that the application that led to the ruling was filed by an unregistered association which had no legal interest in the case. Delivering the judgment, the presiding judge, Issa Danshen, held that the earlier judgment was delivered without hearing all necessary parties, which he said rendered the proceedings constitutionally defective. In a related development, former governor of Anambra State and presidential candidate of the NDC, Peter Obi, is alleging that forces from the federal government are working to stop him from being on the ballot in 2027 to fulfill his aspiration to become president of Nigeria. Obi was a guest speaker at a leadership program hosted by a group, Next Gen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative, at Madonna University of Okija, Anambra State. Also challenged all those aspiring to be president of Nigeria, including President Bola Tinubu, to a debate, insisting that he remained the most qualified of all of them. Obi also reacted to the news of a federal high court judgment in Lokoja, Kogi State, which set aside its earlier judgment directing the Independent National Electoral Commission to register the NDC as a political party. Obi allayed the fears of his supporters, saying it's not looking at the obstacles, but at the destination and the fruitfulness of a destination, which he said keeps him going. The NDC presidential candidate will re-echoed that it's not desperate to be Nigerian president, but desperate to see Nigeria work, urged Nigerians with not have a permanent voter's card to go for it, insisting that they will be hurting their future if they refuse to vote. He maintained that Nigerians' problem was lack of commitment by leaders and those they describe as reactionary forces who are bent on holding the country down. Obi later donated 15 million naira to the university, harping on the need to support education and health as critical sectors in any country. President Bola Tinubu has signed the National Identity Management Commission Act 2026 into law. The new act repeals a 2007 legislation strengthening Nigeria's legal framework for digital identity management, cyber security, and national security. Speaking at the signing event at the State House in Abuja, the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunjojo, said a new law establishes a modern legal framework for identity management in line with global best practices, emerging technologies, and Nigeria's expanding digital economy. The legislation, according to the minister, empowers the Commission to provide secure digital identity, authentication, and electronic trust services while enabling seamless data exchange across public and private sector institutions. Senate President Godswill Akpabio described the legislation as a landmark reform that would improve national planning, infrastructure development, border management, and security. Akpabio said the National Assembly subjected the bill to extensive legislative scrutiny, including public hearings and international benchmarking before its passage. Funding for the proposed state police will come from excess revenue from oil, mineral resources, and other internally generated revenue. This was disclosed by a member of the Nigerian Senate, Francis Fadaunsi, who represents Osun East Senatorial District of Osun State, during a media chat in Abuja. He said that there will be another law to strengthen the Revenue Allocation, Mobilization, and Fiscal Commission for increased revenue generation. Senator maintained that the funding of the state police will be better shared accordingly instead of putting the burden on the federal government. Senator Francis Fadaunsi said that the bill, if passed by 24 states' assemblies, will agenda community policing and reduce crime in the country.
We are going to enact another law which will bring Revenue Allocation and Mobilization Commission. The money they are collecting from these oil subsidy, and the money that is coming from oil, and the money that is coming from mineral resources and others, when it is on table, state police will be there. And you know, state police has a lot of another accoutrements. You have a police service commission in the state. You see directors here and there. It's a whole ministry. If you see our own here, then police fund, trust fund, is going to be there. Although the governor may be charged, but there will be an oversight. Their own commissioner will be commander. Our own is IG. You compare it with what is happening in London and US, you see the intervention of the federal force. You know it's final. So when the governor is using it to kill and to oppress the way I told you about also, automatically the federal government will intervene. That's the IGP. So nobody will just commute or you convert the literate and untrained Amateku into state police.
State Police Command has condemned the killing of a chairman of a Benue State chapter of the Mieti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, Ado Mohammed, and another victim, Yakubu Isa, describing the attacks as a criminal act capable of undermining ongoing peace and security efforts in the state. The victims were reportedly attacked by unknown assailants on Friday while returning from a security meeting along the Okuru-Ogoli Road in Otukpo local government area of the state. Police Regulations Officer Deme Edet said in a statement that the State Police Commissioner Cletus Wadiobu has expressed deep concern over the incident and extended his condolences to the families of the deceased. Wadiobu assured residents that the command had already commenced a full-scale investigation into the killings and that tactical and intelligence assets have been deployed to identify, apprehend, and prosecute those responsible for the attack. He urged the people to remain calm and law-abiding and to provide useful information that could aid the investigation to the nearest police station or through the command's emergency lines. The Imo State Police Command has rolled out surveillance drones to boost intelligence gathering and track criminal elements across the state. Commissioner of Police Garba Boso said in a statement that the deployment is part of ongoing operations to identify and monitor suspects in collaboration with vigilantes under the Imo State Security Organization. Boso said a drone was donated by a public-spirited resident of Iagua community in the Owerri West local government area, describing the donation as an example of the impact of community partnership on security. The surveillance drone, he said, will strengthen intelligence gathering and support ongoing operations across Imo State. Police boss noted that the aerial surveillance will complement ground operations by the vigilante groups and assured that there will be no hiding place for criminals in Imo State. The Nigerian Army has announced a major reshuffle of its senior officers, with changes affecting key operational command, training, and staff appointments. Statement issued on Saturday by the Acting Director of Army Public Relations, Colonel Apollonia Aniele, said the reshuffle is part of efforts to strengthen national security and improve operational effectiveness across the country. Under the new appointments, Major General W.M. Dangana has been named the General Officer commanding the 3-Division Nigerian Army and Commander of Joint Task Force Operation Enduring Peace, replacing Major General E.F. Oyinlola. Major General E. Ayokoro was named the GOC 6th Division and Land Component Commander of Joint Task Force South-South Operation Delta Safe, succeeding Major General E. Emeka. Statement also announced the appointment of Major General J.R. La as Commander Army Headquarters Garrison, while Brigadier General O.M. Oyekola would serve as Acting Military Secretary, with Brigadier General I. Waziri retained as Chief of Staff in the Office of the Chief of Army Staff. As part of efforts to strengthen operational leadership and combat readiness, Brigadier General I.B. Buhari was appointed Commander of Headquarters 63 Brigade, while Brigadier General K. Rabiu was named Commander of Headquarters 31 Artillery, Brigade with Major General S.A. Emmanuel appointed as commander of the Nigerian Army Space Command, among other deployments. The Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority has sanctioned Saudi Airlines to the tune of 6 million naira for consumer protection-related infractions. NCAA, in a letter of sanction sent to the airline at the weekend, noted that having supported the airline to avoid violence at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport a couple of months back and allowing the grace of extended time to resolve several pending issues, the sanction is necessary to ensure compliance with the relevant NCAA regulation. The Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection for the authority, Chris Achumugo, in a statement on his X handle, expressed the hope that the airline would improve its operations in Nigeria exponentially, said that passengers traveling to and from Nigeria need to feel protected and respected by the carrier. Achumugo, however, assured that the NCAA will continue to support Saudi and every other airline to operate at optimal capacity. The Lagos State government has said that owners of a collapsed 3-story building at Alakija, which led to the death of 9 people, will face prosecution. The Lagos State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Benga Motosho, will disclose this during an inspection tour of the site, adding that anyone found to have violated building regulations or frustrated enforcement efforts would also face legal action. Motosho will disclose that 27 people were rescued alive from the rubble, said the collapse would not have happened if people had obeyed the law instead of prioritizing livelihoods over lives, noting that the collapsed building had been marked as structurally distressed and occupants directed to vacate the premises, which they ignored. Commissioner will disclose that the cause of the collapse is being investigated, condemned the construction of buildings beneath high-tension electricity lines, describing the practice as dangerous and suicidal, maintained that all other buildings already marked as unsafe within the area will be demolished to prevent similar tragedies, and commiserated with the families who lost their loved ones. Permanent Secretary of the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, Olufemi Oke Osahitola, who was part of the inspection team, commended all first responders and security personnel who worked tirelessly for the evacuation of survivors. Every thought, memory, and movement begins in the human brain. Yet, experts say this vital organ faces growing threats from preventable diseases and unhealthy lifestyles. These concerns dominated the 244th inaugural lecture of the University of Nigeria, delivered by Professor of Anatomy and Neuroscience Emmanuel Isom, who urged greater investment in neuroscience research, public awareness, and disease prevention. Correspondent Christopher Lele completes the story.
The 244th inaugural lecture drew health professionals, students, religious and community leaders, underscoring the growing importance of brain health in national development. The Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of administration at the University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, Professor Josephat Onwumeri, who represented the Vice Chancellor, described the lecture as timely, stressing the need for evidence-based interventions to protect the brain from emerging health threats.
Today's lecture is going to be very, very exciting. I know the lecturer personally is a friend, very brilliant, Professor Emmanuel Anayochukwu-Esom.
The inaugural lecturer and Professor of Anatomy and Neuroscience, Emmanuel Anayochukwu-Esom, stressed the need for early diagnosis and prevention of brain-related diseases. In the lecture titled The Vault and the Vandals, Keeping Watch Against the Inadvertent Breach to Nature's Best Neural Defense, Professor Esom urged the government, researchers and healthcare stakeholders to prioritize investment in neuroscience research.
We went ahead to talk about adequate sleep. When we told our students about having adequate sleep, they started saying that if you tell us to sleep well, when shall we read? And we told them that you can manage your time, sleep well, and read. We said, okay, let us study them. We went to the class, studied about 613 students, medical students in this College of Medicine, and correlated their sleep pattern with their academic performance. I thought that those who slept well performed better.
One of the problems we have in society is that our system is not dependent on research. But if you go to societies that are really progressing, they depend on research findings. Why did this thing fail? Research will go to find out and report back. And so that when they want to do it the second time, they do it in a better, they improve the method of approach, and a better result will emerge. So if the government, even private sector, organized private sector, those who are privileged, should invest in research, many of the problems we are facing now will gradually vanish.
President and founder of Adoration Ministry, ENUGU, Nigeria, Reverend Father Ejike Mbaka, described the lecture as enlightening, saying it broadened his understanding of brain health and the need for greater public awareness.
Professor of neurosurgeon of a type. In another level, his quintessential format. His delivery was excellent and very, very encompassing and enriching. When he was talking about the areas of amygdala and the hippocampus, it triggered my ingenuity because I love neuroscience. In fact, Professor Emmanuel Esum is a neurojinx breaker.
Colleagues and family members praised the lecturer for the depth of his research, especially its practical relevance and contribution to the conversations on healthcare and medical research in Nigeria.
The program is very educative. I learned a lot about neuron, the brain. His main topic is about brain.
I feel delighted and proud of you. When he was delivering the lecture, I said, yes, this is truly a son to be proud of. I appreciate him. And the lecture itself, we learned a lot.
I pray that God does not innovation is going to grow from high to high, from success to success in Jesus' name.
I'm very happy for him today that he's here celebrating the inaugural lecture, 244th inaugural lecture. Like, it's something to be happy about, actually.
The ceremony concluded with the presentation of awards, gifts, and a certificate of honor to the inaugural lecturer. With brain-related illnesses posing increasing public health challenges, experts believe that knowledge, research, and preventive action must remain at the forefront of efforts to improve healthcare outcomes.
This university is very proud of you, and their community should be proud of you, and the world is very proud of you. Please give him another poster.
In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News. The 200.
Nigeria has accessed the first tranche of a proposed $5 billion derivatives financing arrangement with the United Arab Emirates. According to a Bloomberg report, Nigeria drew about $1.5 billion over the past 2 weeks through a total return swap transaction with First Abu Dhabi Bank. The $5 billion facility approved by the National Assembly earlier this year is part of the federal government's plan to diversify external financing sources and reduce borrowing costs. Transaction has, however, drawn attention from market participants because of a limited public disclosure surrounding its terms after the IMF and Fitch recently cautioned that while derivative-based financing can improve liquidity, such arrangements should be transparently managed to minimize physical and debt risk. Meanwhile, the Naira has remained relatively resilient, closing at 1,380 Naira to the dollar at official market Friday, while holding firm at 1,390 Naira to the dollar on the parallel market for the third consecutive week. Analysts attributed the resilience to strong macroeconomic fundamentals, healthy external reserves, which is still on a steady upward trajectory at $51.2 billion, and sustained foreign portfolio investment inflows. Still to come, U.S. strikes Iran after attack on cargo ship. Religious row as Texas makes Bible stories require reading in schools. And Germany hit by record temperatures as heatwave moves east. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Israel and Lebanon have signed a framework agreement in Washington after several days of negotiations brokered by the United States. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the agreement will begin to put in place a framework for lasting peace and security. Comes as limited fighting has continued between Israeli forces and Iranian-backed Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, despite an existing ceasefire. Washington has feared that ongoing tension between Israel and Hezbollah could undermine its peace deal with Iran, which includes a commitment to end fighting on all fronts, including Lebanon. In the 14-point framework agreement, Israel and Lebanon both affirmed the right of each state to live in peace and expressed mutual desire to live in security as neighboring sovereign states. But shortly after the signing, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reiterated that Israeli forces would remain in southern Lebanon until Hezbollah disarms. The U.S. military has conducted strikes on Iranian targets after President Donald Trump accused Iran of a foolish violation of its truce following an attack on a cargo ship in the Straits of Hormuz. U.S. Central Command said it struck missile and drone storage facilities and coastal radar positions on Friday, in response to a drone attack on a cargo ship on Thursday, an incident that halted a planned evacuation of thousands of sailors stuck in the region. CENTCOM said the U.S. military will continue to provide safe passage, coordination, and support to commercial vessels transiting in the trade. But Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps blamed the treaty breaking on U.S. regime, claiming that the U.S. had launched an airstrike on Iran's coast on the various pretexts of a ship violation and unauthorized route in the Straits of Hormuz. Tehran said the cargo ship was attacked because it was using an unauthorized route to transit through the vital Gulf waterway. The U.S. and Iran agreed on 17 June to end hostilities on their 14-point memorandum of understanding, which had also called for Iran to use its best efforts for the safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days. U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened a 100% tariff on all goods from any country that imposes a digital service tax on American companies, inflaming transatlantic trade tensions a day after European Union countries met Trump's July 4 deadline to cut tariffs on U.S. goods. Numerous European countries have been discussing the imminent implementation of a digital services tax on American companies, but Trump said in a social media post that the countries are close to actually doing so. Trump said a new tariff will supersede any trade deals with the United States, whether implemented, signed or not. I would include the deal the US and the EU agreed to last year, which caps US tariffs on European goods at 15% in exchange for EU countries reducing tariffs on US industrial goods to zero. French President Emmanuel Macron said before meeting with Trump at G7 summit that France will not bow to pressure from him and scrap its digital tax on US tech giants, which include online marketplaces and advertising. More than 900 people have been killed and 3,360 others injured in the Venezuela earthquakes as rescuers keep searching for survivors and families wait desperately for news. Many people are missing, and it's likely the death toll would rise as rescue efforts continue. The injured are being treated in makeshift medical facilities after dozens of buildings in the country's north were destroyed by 2 quakes, including in the capital, Caracas. A senior government official said hundreds of international rescue workers have arrived in the country, with more on the way. National Assembly head Yogig Rodriguez said in a state TV broadcast on Friday that at least 172 people are still believed to be trapped. Acting President Delcy Rodriguez said at a televised briefing on Friday that dozens of people have been rescued alive, which brings joy that they can embrace their families and loved ones. Hundreds of buildings have been damaged or destroyed, including a number of hospitals and shopping centers, with at least 1,000 other infrastructure sites also damaged. In sports, FIFA World Cup group stage has come to an end, with several teams confirming their places in the round of 32. France sailed top spot in Group 1 with a convincing 4-1 win over Norway, while Senegal finished strongly with a 5-0 victory over Iraq, with both France and Senegal progressing to the knockout stage. In Group H, Spain booked first place after a 1-0 victory over Uruguay, while Cape Verde also advanced despite a goalless draw with Saudi Arabia. In Group G, Belgium secured qualification with a commanding 5-1 win over New Zealand, while Iran joined them in the next round after a 1-1 draw with Egypt. England finished top of Group L after defeating Panama, with Croatia also progressing after overcoming Ghana. In Group K, Portugal advanced as group winners, while Colombia also qualified for the knockout stage. And in Group J, Argentina maintained a perfect run with victory over Jordan to finish first, while Australia claimed the second qualification spot after defeating Algeria. The qualified teams now move into round of 32, where the knockout phase begins and every match becomes a winner-takes-all contest. And that's the global news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hi, my name is Jola Ayeye and I am a champion.
Jola Ayeye is a writer, producer, and podcaster who uses her platform to challenge gender norms, shift narratives, and empower audiences to question stereotypes. Before the microphone, there were books. And as founder of The Happy Noisemaker, a book club where both genders convene to read and discuss selected books, Jola has cemented herself in the industry as a force known to speak honestly about topics that affect everyday Nigerians, including about relationships, culture, and the society at large.
I spoke about gender equitable storytelling to a fantastic room of creators, so content creators, screenwriters, filmmakers, journalists. It was pretty cool. So for us, gender equitable storytelling interrogates and also gives something to aspire to. So it's basically how we interpret the world that we see as is, and then what we want people to aspire to. So when you're talking or exchanging ideas with your friends, you have your worldview, and you're talking to someone and they have their own worldview. And a lot of times we get, if you're with someone that you care about and you understand each other, you're able to have a cool discussion and you agree to disagree. But when it comes to gender equitable storytelling, the way I see it is, I want to tell a story about what it is to create in Nigeria. And I could go the regular route where I don't interrogate why people do what they do. So I can say, oh, in Nigeria, these are the things that we constantly, that's even the first question. These are the stories that we tell all the time. Oh, the rich man finds the okay girl and then he loves her so much, he doesn't care, she marries him and she teaches him one thing and he says, okay, there's no problem, and they live happily ever after. We don't interrogate people's backgrounds, we don't interrogate like people's decision making, because we feel the need to wrap everything up in a neat bow. We don't develop like complex characters because we want to see right and wrong, and so you put people into binaries. So it is rich, wicked woman, poor, humble girl. You know, Nigeria, when a lot of us write stories about intelligent people, because we want to emphasize their intelligence, they have no other attributes or characteristics. All they are is smart. So a smart girl is rude and loveless and uninteresting, and a smart man is wicked and doesn't give a damn. And when he enters the office, everybody is shaking. And when he gets home, his wife is lonely. And the lonely wife is nothing else. She's just lonely. You know, the children. So we have very strong, hard lines, and they don't see people as individuals. We distill them down to characteristics, and it's usually societal characteristics. So women are supposed to be a type of way, and anything outside of that is like a rebel. And the rebel either has to learn a lesson or be a champion. You can't be anything in between. Yeah. Right? Because your job as a storyteller, if the world was perfect, would be just right as you see it. But you sometimes have to accept that you actually have a responsibility. And how do you do that to the best of your ability? I think for people that are writers, sometimes it's a bit clearer, or journalists, it can be a bit clearer. But in the world we live in today as content creators, if you like creating food content or lifestyle content or comedy content, does that come in any way, or does that make any sense? One thing I shared at the workshop that nobody really shared with me while I was starting out my content creation journey is actually to write what I know. There is a worry about creating stuff that has never been seen before, be imaginative. But I think the best place to start with is writing what you know. Don't push yourself to try and go way out of the box you are used to. What do you see? What do you observe? What do you know? And when you use that as a foundation, you can then start to create more and more creative, different, unique stories. So out of the conversation, we want to see where people's minds are at, genuinely. So that when we're giving feedback about what we want to create, or how we create, or how people are thinking about what they create, because everybody has like their own, I don't want to use the word agenda, but that's really what it is. And their anxiety is that to create not anxiety, but their idea is there are many ways to create a fairer world. And one of the ways is how you tell stories. So how does, in the zeitgeist, in popular culture, how do people see the roles of men and women? How do people see what's feasible and what's possible? What's okay in society? What should we be championing?
I think how I'm going to, integrate what I've learned in the gender equity storytelling workshop is that I want to focus on the basic everyday lifestyles of women, in this case, like the things that nobody talks about in the media, their motivations, things that push them to where they are, things that, tell stories, give backgrounds into how they got to where they are.
My favorite part of today's event was the question and answer segment, because everyone just had ideas that they were looking to get some kind of validation for, and also to see how far their visions can go. And the back and forth with the question and answer was very insightful.
Full of takeaways, right? But I think what was reinforced for me is being extremely obsessive, like being in love with the art of what you actually love. Like you would be able to tell great stories and good stories by consuming and like being obsessive and loving the art right? That way you get to see things beyond the base level.
For Jola Ayeye, storytelling didn't begin with speaking. It began with listening, reading, and even questioning. Why are women always edited down? Why are their truths softened or silenced? Then she did something radical. She said it out loud. Is it that women talk too much? Or is it that the world just isn't used to hearing us?
Being a champion for me means the opportunity to learn a lot more about how I can improve my storytelling in the most gender equitable manner. I'm learning already that there's more than one way to do that, and there's no actual correct way. It's just you have to keep trying till you get it right. It means I'm able to mix and learn from other creators, from other filmmakers, from other storytellers like myself, and see how we can collaborate to make our work even better. We're currently talking through women empowerment themes, and the theme that we're talking about is showcasing equal access to resources. And so Damien and I were trying to figure out how to showcase what it looks like in an office setting for men and women to have access to resources at the same time. Some of them might be informal after work drinks or after work catch up, and how that might be difficult for a woman to do those things because she has household obligations, and how it's possible for us to switch that narrative or show an office that is cognitive of that. So they are aware that, oh, she might not be able to come for after work drinks, but do you know what we're doing on the weekend, or making more of an effort to include her in those things. Yeah. The hyper competent provider, hyper provider. So that's the beginning and end of the person's character. There's nothing else. You know, they show them as this busy, hardworking person, doesn't listen to anybody, doesn't talk to anybody. Usually, the moral of the story is that he will lose his family, lose his girl, then the business will still crumble. So what does he have? Nothing. You know, just that kind of, the runs girl archetype is also here. We also have something that I found very interesting is this flip-flop where you either have, in a bit to overcorrect the long-suffering woman, you have a bitter career woman. So she works and makes money, but it's almost like that has hardened her to just that. She's resentful of the fact that she has to work very hard and nobody sees her. Then now comes in, if it's a Nigerian version of a romance, it's now also a hyper provider who wants to break down her walls with his own money. You know, it's money versus money. It's not really two people. So yeah, I mean, there's that. Another thing I find a bit worrying at the moment is I'm seeing a lot of, particularly with skits, because of the attention deficits, there's this, I don't know how to explain it, but it's the Nigerian as a joke. Regardless of whatever it is, that the Nigerian individual is fundamentally funny beyond anything else. So it doesn't matter what the story you're trying to tell is. When it boils down to it, you find that we're no longer thinking of the situation. It's just the funny. And because we all love to laugh, I find that initially it was a thing of you laugh and you think. And you laugh and you think, but now we're just laughing. Like there's no more, there's a constant trying to flatten. So it is, the suffering is funny, the enjoyment is funny, everything is funny. And I've been looking more and more, it's just this thing of we're being flattened to just these funny people. And we're not really thinking about what the story is anymore.
Always need to have sensitive conversations, difficult conversations. You just always thought it was important to be as honest as you possibly can, and also alienate people by emphasizing academic language or trying to always be extra politically correct. But I do think what this course has made me think about, and I'm probably going to take back with me as we continue with what I said, is the degree to which we push. I think sometimes we want to keep things light and we want to keep things easy. So sometimes it's just taking things a step further to interrogate conditioning and why we do the things we do, not just explaining how what we do is dangerous or harmful or just not optimal for everybody. But I think I want to figure out how we can go a step further, think a little deeper, have conversations that are a bit trickier. I think we do a good job, but there's no reason we can't do a great job. So I think what I'm going to say is we're definitely going to try to take all our conversations a step further and interrogate where your thoughts are coming from.
As co-host of I Said What I Said, Jola Ayeye didn't just build a podcast. She built a cultural mirror, a space where women hear the thoughts they've buried, spoken back to them boldly, where discomfort is not avoided, but examined. With her platform, young people of both genders have come to accept that success is not measured only by certain standards. Instead, success can be whatever you want it to be.
I think and I'll take it back to what I said before about not allowing yourself to be anxious over others, because remember that this is two things for you. It's something you enjoy doing, but it's also your job, right? So I don't think, there are tons of accountants saying, where is this report going? What's this report going to do in the world, right? They do their job and then they deploy the capital they get from their job in line with their ideology, their beliefs and their needs. But I don't think that you should be bogged down as a woman in a space that it can turn misogynistic very quickly, right?
When we think about entertainment, what people consume, and I guess where people take the first point of information from, creators typically come to mind. We are most likely almost always online consuming content from content creators, and that means that the responsibility is on creators essentially to inform, to ensure that people are educated, and also to ensure that the thing that they create, whatever content it is in whatever form or format, is not something that essentially worsens the situation in terms of gender equity, but also it just helps people better understand, what are the demands of, our time, helps people be more responsible.
We just had a conversation about what people want. We were just saying what do they want. Mm-hmm. And it was only, when I was in university, a big, it was a philosophical thing. Where do your wants come from, right? None of your wants are in a vacuum. Everybody likes to feel like they're independent, but there are things that are similarity based on culture. So if you meet a Yoruba girl born to Christian parents in the 90s, we all have a lot of similarities and we have a lot of ideologies around. Those things don't come in a vacuum, right? But if we're all such unique people, how come when you have these markers, a lot of your desires are the same? Mm-hmm. And one of the things that's very difficult as filmmakers from specific cultures, we don't realize how powerful our culture are and how much of our condition. So sometimes you really think that your thinking is independent and that you want what you want just because you want it. Mm-hmm. But the reality of the situation is, what's then happen when your wants change? And that's what the point is. If you are a woman who has always wanted to be a housewife, and everybody has said that that's what you want, why is such an issue when you wake up and that wants changes? Why is such an issue if your partner is so excellent at money and you are the one that's bad at money? How come over time, if you improve and you want to take on the reins, right? For partners, I want to support you. I've gotten better at this thing. Why is it now an issue? Why are we having arguments if my modes have changed, right? Nobody ever has a problem when a woman's wants change from independence to subservience. But when your wants change from subservience to independence, there is an issue. And that's what is difficult to design storytelling around. And it's because our conditioning tells us that a woman's subservience is natural. That is a natural order of things. So it is more natural for you to want certain things than others. And that's why there's friction constantly.
We talk about that, what we would like to see as opposed to what the reality is. I remember there's an ad. I remember just saying, "Mommy in the kitchen, cooking rice."
So when was that?
It didn't have, there was this idea of daddy goes to work, mommy comes home, or even social studies textbooks at the time, they don't even have mommy going to work. She didn't even go to work. It was daddy goes to work, mommy takes care of the house. When you come back from school, and then you have your chores, then you show the daddy and the son washing the car, mommy and the girl are in the kitchen.
That's Maximilian.
Yeah, Maximilian textbook. So I think sometimes I wonder, and that's a question, but we can bring it up now. I wonder about this idea of what we would like to see as opposed to what the reality is. Because one of my favorite things about digital media is sometimes ad agencies will have these dreams and they go ahead with the dream of let's change let's change the narrative. and they'll do something that they think is very interesting. And then maybe you see like a vox pop, right? Of somebody talking to everyday regular people. And you know, people, you say something, maybe the person asks a question about, oh, men asking, do you cook? And then you just hear a Nigerian man saying, is this Telemundo? Like just being, and you kind of now remember that actually, this is where we are, right? And there's the aspirational type of content, and there's stuff that, as we're having these discussions, this is what we would love to see. But sometimes, I think in a bid to be forceful with our storytelling, or let's reimagine situation, it starts to feel like there's TV land and there's the real world. Almost like for the sake of advertising, for the sake of ticking boxes, this is what we'll portray, but everybody knows how it really is.
For me, the main takeout was just like how intentional we need to be around like gender storytelling. So trying to be progressive, like trying to ensure that people are able to create work that is not stereotypical, that can like advance like the scope of possibilities for the people who are consuming the content.
Because gender equitable storytelling isn't always polite. It doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't dilute the truth to make it easier to swallow. It says the thing everyone is thinking, but few are willing to risk saying. As a writer and a relentless reader, Jola understands that stories shape power. And for too long, power has shaped which stories survive. So she interrogates them, reclaims them, rewrites them, not as a performance, but as truth-telling.
Nigerians are not stupid. They watch Game of Thrones, they're not foolish. We act like our audience is consistently the most rabid, daft. Let me explain what I'm trying to say. We are consistently afraid. We hide behind the Nigerian audience instead of being honest about what we want. We want to make more money, and that's fine. But we have to stop pretending that there's only one kind of audience member and stop. My whole thing has been stop condescending to the audience. Not everything you do incredibly well, but I'm just trying to encourage myself to take more risks. And sometimes you teach your audience what they want.
Yes.
Yeah. They don't know until they see it.
Yes.
They don't know that they care about certain conversations till they hear it.
Yes.
Right? And so it's something that I realized. I remember when we hired our new social media manager, and one of the things she said was she can guarantee us virality based on how she cut certain clips. And she did. She'll cut it so that you actually sound crazy. Nigerians love it. That's what she kept saying. They love it. They love these types of conversations. They love it. But I also then realized that you can't hide behind you can't hide your interest behind the idea that your audience only cares about one thing or likes one thing. Right? I want to make more money. I do want the validation of seeing my work go viral. But if that is the only thing I'm chasing, I will never ever do things that matter. Never. I will never do things that matter. So that's been a big thing for me, figuring out how to teach the audience what they want.
I remember watching a movie with a friend, and in the movie, it was so funny. This is like a Nigerian movie, and it was just one scene where the guy had done something to upset his children, right? No, it was in My Father's Shadow, and he apologized to his son. And the person I went to watch the movie, we started laughing. He said, my father, if I hear. But it wasn't uncommon because he muttered it, but the guy in front of us was like, as in, basically like, where is a Nigerian father coming to meet a small boy to be like, I'm sorry I made you angry, or I'm sorry I did that. And it's something as simple as an apology, right? So I think I'm wondering to what degree we're talking as content creators, well, let's be lofty in our ambitions. Let's speak out. Let's create what we want to see. So what degree are we like whining ourselves, honestly, in the environment that we're in? Like does it make sense?
For me, the main takeout was just like how intentional we need to be around like gender storytelling. So trying to be progressive, like trying to ensure that people are able to create work that is not stereotypical, that can like advance like the scope of possibilities for the people who are consuming the content.
Up with someone who is clearly of higher standing, a boss, not necessarily the owner of the company, but a boss is speaking to a male member of staff is very fond of. You can see it in their body language, they're laughing and they're talking informally. about some sort of like after work drinks. They're making reference to that. They crack a little joke, and then the boss reminds him that, oh, by the way, the memo that has gone out, I hope you really put in your application, or you're considering making a strong application for a promotion that's coming up. And he's like, oh yes. He's also reminding him to make sure that he doesn't just do the application blind, but that he speaks to whoever had the job just before him. So they are friendly, they are warm, they are entertaining, they're having a good time. But then this is a one-on-one meeting. He leaves and lets his colleague, a woman, know that, he's ready for you. So she comes in. Now you can see the interaction change slightly. They're not as friendly. There's no reference to after work drinks because they haven't built that camaraderie. However, it is clear that he still encourages her to go for the same promotion. It may not be as warm or as friendly because they haven't built the same level of camaraderie, but he does tell her that he thinks she has a strong chance. And he gives her the exact same advice he gave the same guy. The reason why this is important to us is because we are trying to show that even though you don't have the same camaraderie, you have the same access.
Yes.
Flat. So the friendliness that he has with his male colleague, because they built this outside of work friendship and relationship, doesn't affect the way he understands his junior subordinates and capabilities. And so he looks at the time, sees that work is about to close, encourages her once again, and sends her off. Daniel?
So I think it's my responsibility to break stereotypes as well as to sort of like challenge the norms of what's attainable and what's not attainable. It's my responsibility to make people understand that gender equity is not a conversation for a particular set of people. It's a conversation for every single one of us, as it affects every single one of us. Every one of us has a gender. And so we should be in conversations that enables every gender feel like they're equal.
And my takeaway was that everyone really does want to do the right thing. We want to tell more honest, full-body stories about men and women. But sometimes we worry about the audience's readiness, about how we'll be perceived, and sometimes in thinking about short-term legacy, we lose sight of what our work does in the long term.
In every laugh, every hot take, every uncomfortable question, there is an invitation to think deeper, speak louder, and exist fully. Because when one woman dares to say it, she gives thousands permission to do the same. Because when one woman dares to say it, she gives men the opportunity to question their own positions as well. And Jola is just getting started. This is why Jola Ayeye is our champion.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigi Chiagorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
At 30 Government Secondary School, Peggy Community in Kuje Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory, students, parents, teachers, community leaders and government officials gathered for a sensitization program aimed at educating children on their rights and how to report abuse. The program, organized by the National Human Rights Commission, focused on empowering children to understand and protect their rights against abuse, violence and exploitation. Representing the Executive Secretary of the Commission, Tony Ojukwu-san, the Director of Women and Children Department, Ngozi Okorie, said despite existing local and international laws protecting children, many still face violence, neglect, early marriage, female genital mutilation and exclusion from decisions affecting their lives. She noted that protecting children requires collective action.
A very good morning to you and welcome to New Day on Signature TV, your favorite weekend show. Today is Sunday, the 28th day of June 2026. Indeed, it is a day the Lord has made. I'm your host, Chigi Chiagorom, and you're invited to be a part of today's conversation by joining us online across all social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, at Signature TV Official. Like, comment, share, and of course subscribe. We are live 247 across free-to-air television channels and of course on SLTV channel 265. Up next, newspaper headlines and review. Stay with us. And if you're just joining us, you're welcome again to New Day, our weekend show on Signature TV. And of course, welcome to the segment Newspaper Headlines. First up, Sunday Punch. On 2027 elections, funding delay raises fears. With riders, ADC and PDP fair poll preparation may suffer. Tinubu will release funds. APC insists election preparations remain on track, according to INEC, on page 3 of Sunday Punch. Above the mast, inside Lagos home linked to blacklisted ISIS financier, page 7. Northern Khan bishops reject Trump's boast of ending Christian genocide, page 5. Still on governance, federal government plotting to stop my presidential bid, says Obi on page 6. On the foreign scene, Venezuela earthquakes, death toll rises to 1,430 on page 5. Abia arrests 109-year-old Akara seller over sanitation offense. Page 4. Still on Sunday Punch, under siege, Lekki hoodlums brazenly attack motorists, demand settlement. Pages 22 and 23. One woman killed every 49 hours by intimate partner. Page 27. And finally on Sunday Punch, on page 5, fresh minimum wage talks to begin soon, NLC. Over to Weekend Guardian. Above the masts, on Lagos Live, page 7. Sanwo-Olu's refused evacuation order ignored as waste piles up on major roads. On Politics, page 9, 2027 setback for Obi Kwankwaso ticket as court reverses initial order on NDC registration. Party vows to appeal ruling. Below the Guardian mast, underage labor thrives on farms despite Child Rights Act. Still on the Weekend Guardian, ICPC pushes anti-corruption education in legal curriculum against ethical violation. Page 36. On page 3 of The Guardian, experts seek nationwide school screening, early detection to tackle scoliosis. State police faces fresh hurdle as opposition seeks delayed implementation. Rather, new framework should commence after 2027 elections, according to OB, page 2. Tinubu unveils tech-driven offensive against drug traffickers, hails NDLEA's global successes, page 2. With Rider, agency busts drug rings worth 480 billion naira, arrests 29,262 suspects in 18 months, sources 5,225 convictions, or rather secures 5,225 convictions. On Politics, Sanwo-Olu orders demolition of distressed houses around Alakija collapsed building, page 3. And finally, on Weekend Guardian, Senator Faduile's election lessons from Team Aiyedatiwa. Inside stuff, back page. Next up, Sunday Vanguard, and above the mast, how U.S. strikes saved Nigerian Christians, according to Donald Trump, page 4. So above the mast, 72 hours to spiritual warfare, Oba of Benin mobilizes against terrorists, page 3. On xenophobia, MTN chairman's attack on South Africa goes viral, page 5. Below the mast, alleged terror financier shocker in Lagos, page 2. With Rider, suspect is a deeply religious man, worships at Agege Mosque, minds his business, according to neighbors. On 2027, Tinubu's plans to sweep Southeast, on page 27. Court ruling, today it's NDC, tomorrow it could be anyone, party wants, page 4. Where is 144 billion naira voted to protect school children? Page 10. A Senate probe of Safe School initiative lingers amid kidnapping spree. With Rider, how police orders got 15 billion naira, according to coordinator. State police warning, dangerous to leave commissioner's appointment in governor's hand, according to SAN. Page 9. On entertainment, Udulade on choosing acting over marriage or bound relationship, page 18. Finally, Sunday Tribune, above the mast, ahead of Osun governorship election, Rising pre-election violence worries CSOs, page 6. Demand police reforms before August 15 poll. Oyo government lifts curfew in 11 local government areas over Orire abduction, page 29. Below the Sunday Tribune mast, plan to turn Nigeria to one-party state thickens, page 4. ADC raises the alarm. Urges resistance against silencing of opposition, plot to deregister NDC, a dangerous one-party agenda, according to Atiku. We will study judgment before taking action, coming from INEC. On the polity, why federal government, state governments can do now to end insecurity, according to McAfee. Page 11, with rather, Edo governor blames saboteurs for rising cases, on page 29. Police kill 4 kidnappers, rescue passengers abducted on Shagamu Bini Highway, on page 8. On the foreign scene, U.S. strikes have curbed killing of Christians in Nigeria, says Trump, page 2. COAS reinforces Nigerian army with over 8,000 new soldiers, page 8. With riders says initiative will boost operational capacity. And finally, revealed how Atiku almost picked Okonjo-Iweala as running mate. Details of last-minute intrigue, page 2. And that's the much we can take on this segment. Don't go anywhere. New Day continues right after now with interesting content. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
She's going to stay and not feel the warmth of her home. So emotionally, she's going to be more traumatized than the guy. Physically, she's going to be looking and really see she's abandoned. When the whole world has come on you like a hailstorm, like a thunderstorm, and they want to let all hell loose on your head, it's enough to kill you within the 15 years where nobody will be showing you any level of mercy. People will not be treating you well. People won't speak to you well. Probably most of the people who used to love her will not even come to see her, while she will be resting her butts in the prison. So emotionally, she's also going to be as blistered and battered up like the boy. Because I feel that the greatest pain of a mother would be to unwillingly let go of her home, not to talk of her children. So the 15 years is going to serve her a very toxic juice of her own pill in another direction. It may not be enough, but for me it is good because she's going to live in absence of the feel of being a mother. She was, you saw her weeping up. She was weeping. Please let me be with him. Let me be with the boy. He's sick. He has been throwing up since morning. The probability and the probability that the son may even die. So you know about people's children dying, and you didn't know about the young chap of 10 years who you were battering up incessantly, dying also. I saw that 3 days ago, the boy had 2 injuries. Two surgeries were carried out on the boy's leg. And, within me, I'm still wondering, what really happened? What level of insanity is this? Who is this? How do people perpetrate such level of inhuman acts and they still breathe, sleep, and they eat well as if nothing has been happening? Because it was the action of the people who were living with them in the same residence that called out to the boy where he was abandoned in an isolated, should I call it a cubicle security house, in an isolated place. So even the cold will come hitting on the boy directly. Ants will bite him, mosquito will bite him, and you never felt an inkling of emotion to save the boy. So let her enjoy the fruits and the beauty of her 15 years without anybody reaching out to her. And I pray that blisters and some things will come up on her body so she would at least feel what it means to carry swords unattended to.
But one would wonder about, the husband as well, because they are a family, so it doesn't go without the husband not being aware of something like this going on. But it seems like all the heat is on the woman alone.
Should I tell you my truth? So I'm even more angry with the man. Knowing he is around, knowing he is the male figure, knowing he has a dominant role to play in calling the woman to order. So I'm so eaten up with the fact that there was even a man in that house. And I wonder what has been, transpiring in that house. I wonder the series of actions that cascaded down the line that has made that man a moping man instead of a reacting man. I don't know how Nigerians are, you know, enjoying the series of movies that come out from not calling the man to speak. Tell us what you have done. Tell us how you try to intervene. Tell us if you even tried at all to salvage the matter. I mean, nobody in their normal God-given senses will look at that boy and not dare to do some things.
Now, this is just one incident out of many incidents that happen across the country. And why do we see such rising cases of abuse and violence against children, particularly children that were sent out to as helps or maids and things like that?
I was just driving into the quarters. I was about to enter the street and I got a call, a very tension-high call. And they said, Uni mama, a child has gotten his eyes bandaged up by the auntie that she lives with. And, you know, she keeps beating up that girl to the point she got the eyes injured. And this morning, the eyes of that girl is being bandaged. 3 weeks ago, she registered her in a school. And for one day, the girl has not stepped her feet into the school. And I said again, in less than 3 hours or 3 days, this particular one is happening. Someone there injure another child's eye just this moment. And I told myself, once I leave this place, I'm going with my team to the woman's house. The woman said nobody will do anything. That the girl advising her to send the child back to her parents will not do a thing. We are coming to do something with her. Because you don't manhandle a citizen of the state. You don't manhandle a child who has a right under the child right law. So too many cases swim and travel around this society. If we come up to say it, if we come up to divulge the volume of societal nuances and ills that eat up the society, we will all lose it. We will completely not believe in humanity. But I still know that there are human beings who do things in the right proportion, who are sincere about the love they share, who are sincere about the kind of heart they have for other people. Because we all cannot turn into what I am saying today. No, it's not true. It's not true. So, but the volume of evil being perpetrated at a time in this society brings you to the point where you are even scared of almost everybody.
What would you say is the reason behind this evil?
Yes. So I see people who have wrong foundation. I see people who are bedeviled with the poverty situation of both their families and the society. I see people whose communication is faulty. I also see people who do not understand the tenements of the law and how to abide by the law. I also see a society where everybody gets away with some of the things they do, so they keep doing it. I see a society where nobody is aligned to follow a procedure. Do you know that a child that I saved last week from one man who was terribly beating up that young boy, when I called the mother in Onitsha and I said, if by dusk of today you don't come to pick your son from this family, I'm going to write to the commissioner of Anambra and you will be apprehended and you will know how serious it is to be a state task force person. And she said, Madam, I don't know where they are living. I don't have their phone number. How? How? You took your own son and handed over to someone like a commodity. You mean your child was handed over like a product? You are in Onitsha, and your family and your son is in ENUGU, and you don't know the exact location, you don't know their address, and you don't have the phone number of the man your son is living with, an 11-year-old vulnerable son. And I said, Madam, I have no more long words for you. But if you do not leave all the important things in your life in Onitsha and come and pick this boy, I will take it personal with you. And by 4:15 of that day, she came from Onitsha and she picked the boy up. I was glad. I was glad. Because I told her, call all your ancestors, call the people of your village. If you don't pick that boy from the hospital, where that boy is with the man, already battered up, a boy that will cringe at the sight of the man, he will seriously be beaten up and sent under the rain. And you tell me you don't. And what shook me was when I called her initially and I said, Madam, you need to come for your son. And she said, yes, somebody has called me. I think what you need to do is to put him in the vehicle and I'll pick him up. And I said to her, 11-year-old boy, I'll put him in the vehicle and you will pick him up. Are you saying that we live in the states where security, where commuters and the people are so organized that this boy will journey safely to where you are and you will pick him up? That was where I lost it completely. I was like, have we gotten to this point where people even say things without weighing it? I should put an 11-year-old boy for you. And I said, Madam, I said it in Igbo. I said, if I open my eyes and drop my phone, and that boy is not with you in Onitsha, the same woman who said she has already prepared her abacha to sell, she doesn't know what to do, she don't know who will help her, that we should help her. 4:15 of that same day, she picked up her son. So poverty is there. People not being careful, being in disregard of the law. There's bad foundation of believing that if you do not manhandle children roughly, they will never grow to be good adults. But not at the volume that we're seeing. And not even with manhandling. There's a level of poor communication that some parents share with their children, where their children do not let out how they feel and what they feel to the parents, because the parents are high there, the children are low, hidden somewhere, dying in their recluse. So there's a whole lot of factors. And we keep saying this. My scare is how much we've said this, where we've said it, and how we continue to say it, yet people continue to live by it.
You mentioned this, just listening to this story that you just told now, and I'm wondering, isn't there a way that this idea of giving out children to people can be stopped or handled? Because I think at this point, even parents are also part of the problem. They know that their children are being maltreated, but they leave them there. Is there a way this thing can be stopped?
It has been regulated by the states, by the Ministry of Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development. It has even come up as a bill in the State House of Assembly, initiated by Honorable Princess Obi Ajurugu sometime 2 years ago, that if you bring in a child, come to the ministry and administer her biodata or his biodata. Go to the police and say, I brought in this child, and you are not allowed to take a certain age for an aid or help. So that we will understand. Did you notice something about the current case that we're talking about? The child who is being maltreated looks even smaller than the son of the woman who battered her up. So who is carrying who? Who is caring for who here? And I see women do a lot of these things. They say, don't bring me a grown-up, oh, I cannot manage them. And so your child is 5 years, you're bringing a person of either 5 years or 6 years. It's ridiculous. It makes some of us women look like we are the devil ourselves. Who is carrying who? That case that we intervened in Tinker's Corner, where the woman got the child's hair heated open with a nail, and they pushed her into the bedroom. It was a neighbor that called us in the next morning, and that child was saved. The woman and the husband, they are swimming their life now in the correctional center in Nsukka. That girl will walk until 12, and by 12, she's still carrying a fat baby that is 1 year old, and you expect her. You expect that girl, that young girl, who is still awake by 12, not to let the baby she's carrying to slip off her hand. I mean, this is the height of
You mentioned the Child Rights Act, and I know that we have laws that are there to protect our children, but even with these laws, we still see this high rate of why do we have laws that do not seem to actually protect these children in real time?
I'll tell you why. It's simple. So, we have a culture where the judiciary is slow, and the judiciary do not uphold sanction. If I know that a week or 2 weeks will not pass without me seeing an offenders register where someone is being sentenced for either maltreating, sexually molesting a juvenile, defiling, or any class of abuse, people
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Let me start by giving a bit of a background by using other sectors of the economy. Let's look at the energy sector. The energy sector at the time was not as liberalized and as transformed as they are today. Today now we have, not only in Nigeria, in some parts of Africa, independent power companies, organizations, because the government decided to understand the importance of the energy sector to the different economies in different countries of the world. And that is why you see that even in Nigeria, we now have metering, unlike in those days where tariff was just set based on government. They can say they want to, monthly is 2,000 naira, and everybody will apply for the government because they feel that they are paying nothing for power, not only in Nigeria, in other parts of the economy, in other parts of the country, of the world. And it became like a political issue. The same applied to the communication sector back in the days. In the 1990s, before the revolution of the telecom sector, you will understand how it was back then in NITEL, government holding on to that telecom sector. It never really worked out. Even in the health sector to an extent, Nigeria is doing very well when it comes to liberalizing the health sector, where even non-medical actors are actually coming into the sector to see how they can invest. Why? Because those barriers that used to be there, they are no longer there. People cannot invest. Even in Nigeria, robots can actually do operations in Nigeria and in other African countries and the rest of the world as well. This is because there have been liberalization, and we have seen the impact it has already made in terms of transforming those sectors. If you come to the housing sector as well, the housing, if you remember, there were those days where housing was like more government housing estate and so on and so forth. But now it has changed as well. You can see that individuals, companies can now have estates because there are mechanisms that have been put in place to make it sustainable for the private sector. Then I'll probably now come to your question. The reason why we have been in this very, very, how will I put it, very difficult and very tense situation when it comes to issues around water and sanitation in Africa is because of what people think that water is. That water is free, that water is a social good, that the government will be providing water, just like how government promised energy sector, telecom, sector, thinking that everything was free. The people would just pay small amount of money, but it never, worked out. The water sector, unfortunately, has a lot to do with other sectors of the economy. You cannot talk about energy sector without, water. Of course, the hydro power and so on. The food security as well. The agricultural, sector has a lot to do with water. Health sector has a lot to do with water. Even the so-called housing sector, if you want to put it in that way, you cannot have a sustainable housing, estates or whatever, without sustainable water supply to those areas. All these sectors that have been transformed, they all depend on water to be able to sustain their operations. But the same water sector is where we are over-depending on development partners and CSOs. Government think that people should come and donate. They don't see water as something that the private sector should come in to support. So there are those barriers that any person that wants to invest in any sector, just like what we have seen in the energy, what we have seen in the telecom, what we have seen in the health sector, private individuals, if you the barriers, we'll still have lots of problems. So those are the issues that we have that is making it very difficult for private sector to come in. If you allow me, I will probably go one by one. What are those barriers? You don't just write it in a paper and say private sector should come and invest. We have PPP no model. PPP, public-private partnership, without policies, without regulatory framework. If you have certain risk that the private sector feel they cannot carry, no matter how much you paint it, they will not be able to come in. That is the problem we are facing in the sector. Millions of Nigerians do not have access to water and safely manage sanitation. But I want to let you know that it's not only in Nigeria. This is also in many parts of Africa, apart from a few African countries that have been able to exit that area, believing that this cannot continue. I will also come to them. The issues are the 6 risk factors, which I've been mentioning. Any private sector would like to guarantee his revenue generation, no matter how little it is. So the government should be able to sit down with them, look at the tariff structure. It is being done in different countries. In Vietnam, it is being done. The government will say, don't charge more than this amount of money in certain areas. In certain areas, yes, you can afford to charge a particular amount of money because they can afford it. It becomes what I call the tariff structure. Then the off-takers as well. If, of course, I want to invest in water, say in FCT Abuja, I would like to know how many consumers am I going to get? Who are the off-takers? Who will guarantee that? I'm not the one to guarantee. There must be that input from the government and from others to say, we'll have 1 million consumers, we'll have 10 million consumers, but here are what I will call tariff structures that you'll be able to follow. The other one is risk allocation. Risk allocation. Who carries certain risk? Our president is doing very well with the Renewed Hope agenda and transformation and everything he puts in when it comes to prosperity for all. But now, if he leaves office tomorrow and somebody else comes in and there is no guarantee that you have invested in that particular project, water, that it will continue, I'll call it sovereign risk. Until we're able to sit down and look at it holistically in a sustainable manner, in a way of liberalizing and transforming the sector for all to have access to water and sanitation, it will still become extremely very difficult. Of course, I don't expect the government to carry what I'll call technology and innovation risk. If I'm bringing in a technology, I should be able to guarantee that this will be there for the next 40 years or 50 years or 30 years, and where we need improvement, we can always be improving on those technology. Again, there is no investment in the water sector. Investment period cannot be anything less than 15 years or 20 years. So we need to plan for that, because that investment horizon is also another difficult issues that we have. We have a couple of other barriers, including regulators. Who are the regulators that will be able to say, okay, this private sector is doing it very well, or the government should shift a little bit? If they are private sector, if they are regulators that are still under the ministry or the government, it still becomes very difficult. Why am I saying this? Even where a private sector is doing very well or the investor is doing very well, they can decide to say, no, just don't give that report because we want to take him out. So we need independent regulators to come in to see how they can also support the sector. And that regulatory framework or weakness is also another challenge that the private sector is having, that is making it difficult for them to come into the washing sector. Then the CSOs and development partners dominance, which is very good, they have done very well. But it is time for the government to allow them to do certain jobs. The gap we have in the sector, they will not be able to fill it up. Right now, we need about $114 billion in every year globally to be able to deal with the challenges that we have. It cannot come from development partners. It cannot come from CSOs. It has to come from the private sector. And until we sit down to understand that these are the challenges we're having, it becomes a difficult issue. Political interference is another weakness as well that we are seeing. Political interference, like I said about sovereign risk, that the government should be able to deal with. So in as much as the government will say, private sector come to invest, without these few points or few areas that I have mentioned in terms of the barriers, it will still be difficult. The issue is not the capital. The issue is not the institutional, is not the technology. The issue is not even the political will from the side of the government. The major problem is the institutional framework that has a lot to do with how do we structure the deal that everybody is happy with. That is what we have as a gap that is making it very difficult for the private sector to come in.
Look at the investors that see sanitation and water as a social service rather than an opportunity. How can their mindset be changed?
The mindset is the multi-stakeholders collaboration and partnership. It's where private sector coming onto the table, development partners coming onto the table, the government coming onto the table, the CSOs coming onto the table. But it needs a coordinating platform. And that is what OPS Watch is all about. OPS Watch, the organized private sector in water, sanitation, and hygiene, recently, we launched what we call the Private Sector Engagement Platform. It's a global platform that can bring people together to discuss some of these issues, where we can be sitting down with the government in any country to say to them, can you consider what is happening in the energy sector in your country? Can you look at what is happening in the telecom sector in your country? Look at the housing, look at the medical or the health sector. What do you do about what's that sector? They will begin to shift their mindset. We can also approach in that same platform as well, development partners. We appreciate what you are doing, but you should also be advocating sincerely for private sector investments, because these challenges are huge and it's affecting everyone. Look at every corner in Nigeria. We don't have access to when you open your tap, you have good water, quality water meter that you can pay. Yes, in Lagos State, some parts of Kano we have. But in other states in Nigeria, it is difficult. Everybody is just depending on their boreholes, and which is not sustainable, and it's not something that is good for Nigeria as a whole. So those are the things that we need to do. We need to also approach the CSOs. You can't keep on asking the government to increase their budget. And that is the only thing you talk about. You should be able to start looking at other sectors, how they have transformed. We should have honest discussions if we really want to transform the sector. The reality of it all is that we are not honest. People will say private sector will increase tariffs. They don't do that. If they don't, they have to sit down with the government. They cannot do that on their own. So the major challenge that we have is that we don't have a platform where we can bring people, all the stakeholders together to be able to discuss this. And OPS Watch, PSEP, the private sector engagement platform, is that platform where we'll be able to have access to the government. We have access to different governments here in Africa, and at the same time, we have access to development partners, World Bank, UNICEF, WaterAid, to say to them, how do we move this sector forward? We can't keep on having workshops, keep on saying the same thing every year. We are not transforming the sector, and it's affecting the economy, it's affecting our health, it's affecting others. The idea is to have honest discussion, and it has to be driven by a platform, a coordinating platform that understands the challenges I have just mentioned.
The Constitution, the framework, that was the last question you responded to. You think that would solve some of the challenges, that this sector is experiencing? How can these, what are the processes to follow to achieve this thing you've just said?
The process is very simple. What we are doing now is we are approaching the government. I'm also glad that I'm a member of the steering committee that was put up by the former president, chaired by the vice president then, and is still in place, to use that platform to plead with the government to say, let us have a discussion. In case you do not understand, you've done very well in energy, telecom, and so on. But what is left now is water, which is most important. After we have that discussion with the government, even at the ministerial level, I work very closely with the Honorable Minister of Water Resources and so on. What do we do? Here are the points. Here are the private sector that are willing to come in, or the investors, but here are their barriers. Then, of course, to approach those investors that are already coming to us and say, we are willing. I have an investor coming from Vietnam because they have done it very well in Vietnam. They say, we can invest in Nigeria and the rest of Africa. But here are the barriers as well that we're going to face. We need an institutional framework that is strengthened. We need system that is strengthened. So these are the things that we are approaching the government to say, let's do this, and here are the benefits. Benefits to you as government, not only because you have transformed the sector, but there might be also revenue that you can have access to. Because investor can come in and say, okay, government can have equity because they are giving you the land, or they are giving you concession for 35 years. This is what gets to the government. The CSOs, here are your responsibilities. You cannot keep on saying increase budget, because other ministries as well are also saying the same thing. Health is asking, can we increase budget? Food security, agriculture is asking, can we increase the budget? That is not the level of advocacy that we need in the water sector now. We need advocacy to say we need a genuine private sector to come in. So it is a step-by-step issue, but there must be that political will. But I think if you ask me, there are those political wills that we have at the moment. Mr. President has been doing very well, but it's just formulating it in such a way that the private sector will see that they are bankable. And that is what we are doing as OPS Watch and PSEP at the moment. And it's yielding results. I was in Cape Town a couple of weeks ago to also address some of these issues. And I can see that they are already happening in Senegal. Senegal, they have gone very far. Rwanda, gone very far. Even Namibia also gone very far. In the case of Namibia, very interesting. People do not understand that even water reuse, in terms of sewage water that you can retreat, can actually have value. In Rwanda, since 1968, they actually have a system, a plant where they collect all the sewage from different places, retreat the water, and the water is drinkable to the level that it can actually go to industries. Industries can be using them. In South Africa, where they have industrial clusters, industries being there, instead of now the industries wasting the sewage or sending them out, they collect them within that cluster, retreat it to the level that they can reuse them. and now send them back. But all these things are possible when we sit down to talk either to the cluster or to the government and to the regulators to say that all these things can be done, and here are the standards that are needed, and here are the standards that might even be above the standards that are needed. So it's all about sitting down to discuss. But I'm happy that many countries, Uganda is also, doing the same thing. Kenya is coming on board, but we are still talking to other African, countries to see water not just as a social, but as an economic good that can transform the economy and different sectors of the economy.
Okay, now it's important rather that you mention this. I'm curious to know, because rural communities suffer the most, from poor water and sanitation facilities. How can these private sector or investors rather redirect, their aim? We talk about development and sensitization to these rural areas.
Thank you so much. Precisely March 31st this year, just like I think 2 months ago, OPS Wash, in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation and Nestle funded this project with the support of OPS Wash, realized that there is so much importance that we should put to water quality, guidance in terms of people understanding what water quality is. So people do not think that just any water you drink is okay, that when water is clear, the water is clean. So we actually came up with what I would call the water quality handbook that was launched on that day. Why did we do that? Mostly for the communities, because Nestle, they were kind enough to provide for 24 communities clean water, treatment plants everywhere to different communities in their catchment areas of Abaji and Agbara, those two catchment areas, 16 in Abaji, 8 in Agbara. But now, they now went into advocacy for water quality in terms of teaching people what water quality is, why they should drink this water. If they take water, why, if the water is not to this standard, should they boil the water preliminary, and so on and so forth. That is the elementary part of what we're even doing. But that is donor, that is just donating to them in terms of supporting CSR, or what I would call water stewardship, program that we're also promoting and so on. However, if we have clear tariff structure to say in Nigeria, for example, people in Maitama, in Abuja, people in Wuse, people in Jabi area will pay 2,000 naira a month for so much, number of liters of water a month. Now, of course, we know that those people can afford it, or certain industries in certain areas should pay this amount of money per liter or per kiloliter a day, and so on. We'll be able to say, based on that, we can reform the community tariff structure, that they probably pay nothing or just a little bit, just for them to also understand that we need small amount of money to maintain and operate that. So it's about sitting down with the government again to have a tariff structure that benefits the communities. But of course, what we have also promoted will be, has been to allow the communities, or rather the private sector that are using some communities as, communities are hosting for their businesses, to also support them with some project. So we have CSR component that can actually bridge those areas where we have the real investment, where the private sector can also come in. The same thing that you have in the urban area, you can also provide them in the communities. But it depends on what they are making from the urban areas. They will not be able to know what they can give out to the communities in terms of helping them. Yes, I understand the communities are feeling this so much. Some of them have to travel like 2 kilometers every day to go and fetch water. And the water they are fetching might be water that will not be drinkable, or of course, they will not be drinkable. We have a lot of sewage, going into that particular river or stream where they're taking water from. And when you see some of these things, it's not really something that the government should be proud of, or even for us as private sector should be proud of. But of course, on our own side, we do not have what it takes. It's the government that still holds everything that will say, come in and we'll get it done. But the challenges are huge. And it's not just only within the communities. Even in the urban areas, open defecation is not just for the communities. You go to different areas, even in Maitama areas, Asokoro areas, you see people defecating in the open because there are no private, public, toilets in those areas. And at the same time, even in the sanitation sector, we have $26 billion waiting for people to harness from now to the year 2030. But people are not looking into that because there is no that flexibility, there is no that institutional framework that allows people to say, that allow people to come in and harness those opportunities. So communities have issues. But at the end of the day, it still depends on the multi-stakeholders partnership to be able to look into those areas and see how we can support. But for now, private sector, they are doing their bit in terms of CSR. Developing partners as well are doing their bits in terms of those rural areas and the CSOs. But that, at the end of the day, has not been able to solve those problems.
I like the fact that you just said this now, they are doing their bits, the private investors, and you also mentioned Nestle, also joining the OPS, to do other stuff, These are beautiful things, right? But the question I have now is, what assurances do private investors need before committing?
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years that can still be brought back into service, that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him, okay? Because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg. So when I walk up when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, we operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea, because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that are finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government make for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them, and all this we need to look at it. Nice indeed. Nice. Because one of these days I saw something in YouTube. A doctor wants to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. They are quite those of these days. But if we can use that old brain
And if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. You get me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm supporting that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that these old men will do better than the younger ones because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Well, thanks for staying with us. And we are going to our conversation for the day, very topical conversation for the day. The topic is African Americans and the questions of development in homeland African nations. Our guests all the way from Dallas, Texas are Mr. Ejike Okwa. Mr. Ejike is a global affairs analyst, and of course, Mr. Eric Moore. He is a communications and international business relationship expert. Good day, gentlemen, and thank you for joining us on the weekend show. Can you hear us clearly?
I can hear you.
Yes, this is Eric. I can hear you clearly. Good day to you.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll start with you, Mr. Moore. Trust you can hear us, Mr. Moore. I want you to give me your opinion. There's been a lot of debate as to who truly is African American and what this identity truly represents. We've seen conversations where people who are obviously African but who deny their African ancestry, saying because they were born in America, America is all they know, therefore they refuse to be identified as African American. So in your opinion, who is truly an African American?
Yeah, that's an interesting question to start. First of all, let me say good day to you again and good day to your audience. It's an honor to be zooming in from Dallas, Texas. Relative to the identity question, that's been an ongoing debate, for some time, as we peel back the layers of history of the planet, to some degree, you realize that there's been people of Black descent, of African descent on various continents, and a little known history, one that's I'm happy that is seeing the light, is that there were Africans in the Americas before the transatlantic slave trade. And that doesn't discount to a high degree the tragedy of the transatlantic slave trade and our ancestors who were part of that. But it is also a fact that there were Africans in the Americas, North America and South America, before the transatlantic slave trade. So I think that wrestling with identity is a healthy dynamic because it reveals untapped layers of history. We have always been a global people. We have always been a diaspora people. We have always been an indigenous people to the planet. So I think that's a very healthy debate. But at the end of the day, I think we come to a place to where we realize that we all are melanated people. We all are people of color. We all are people, hopefully, that have a common destiny and a common mission. And that's realizing that our strength is anchored in a shared past, but also a unified future. So very good question to start the conversation with. Thank you for asking.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Moore. Mr. Okpa, we have seen a lot of African Americans trying to reconnect to their African ancestry, right? Especially those in the entertainment. Now, do you think this is just strictly an emotional journey, or you think there's an economic opportunity, therein? What are your thoughts?
Thank you for having me, and thank you for the question. The thing is, African American, European American, Hispanic American, everybody's got some identity. I think when it comes to the African American, given the circumstances of how most of them or some of them came to America, is sort of like place that button of proof. He's an African American. I live in America. I'm a black guy. If you see me on the street, the first reaction is going to see, he's a black guy. And then I come in and say, who is this person? Is it going to be Jamaican? Is it going to be Nigerian, Ghanaian, and all of that? So just like when you see American, some of them say Italian, Scottish, Irish, blah, blah, blah. But I think that identity doesn't really matter. We happen to be in the best country in the world, and that is America. And then it's like we got to heaven now. Are we still going to find issue with identity or how we got there? Just like you see white Americans, the white people came to America as Europeans. They had their national identity, but they now dissolve into building a brand that is white. So when you see a white guy, you don't necessarily know he's Italian, Jewish, German, and blah, blah, blah. So for us, they've tried to put that division by giving us a label, who is African American. African American is supposed to be somebody who, because of how they got to America, cannot say, here is a particular country in Africa I came from. That's the distinguishing factor there. Who is an African American? And they have what they call this ancestry.com, where people say, oh, I'm 20% this or 20% that. It doesn't really matter. I think the individual has to own what their identity is and look forward to how do I work with people that look like me. There's a natural attraction. When you get in a group, you look for people that look like you. After I give you this example, after the war ended, the World War ended, the Europeans who came to America and became white people had a Marshall Plan, and they went back and helped to rebuild Europe. Without the Marshall Plan, Europe wouldn't have, and they did it in less than 20 years. So the question is, for the black person in America, what country has he or they been able to help develop? Is it in Jamaica? Is it in the Caribbean? Is it in Africa? We haven't had that Marshall Plan. We haven't had a group of black people say, hey, okay, my ancestry may have been over here, but I'm in America now. It's a resource-based country. Or how can I go do something somewhere else? And that is the challenge for us. Since the end of slavery and colonization, how many African black people in America, let me even say, including myself, have said, we got to go back here and do certain things. I don't have to return to Nigeria to make things happen for Nigeria, because a lot of white people didn't go back to Europe, but they've managed to build a bridge. And that bridge, what is a bridge physically? Bridge has two most important things to them, and that is the landing. Everything in between is a support column. So how are we able to do it? That's why I brought Eric to the conversation, to introduce him, because we haven't had robust, conversation between the African, the black race in the world. We have some of them in Asia. We even have some of them in the Middle East. But the thing is, it's not just having a symbolic return. Like you have all these entertainers who go over there and they get a citizenship. Ghana does it, I forgot what the Ghana calls it, return home or something. But the point is, what is the economic benefit to the people in Africa? How is the black person in America working with the American government or resources to make sure certain things that go on in Africa that is not acceptable is stopped? We have Jesse Jackson do it. We have Sullivan do it. We have all these prominent black. Andrew Young. Andrew Young was part of the Nigerian government when Obasanjo was there for the second term. What did Nigeria get out of it? So these are the questions. We have to build a bridge, but it has to be bridge of substance, beyond just being the symbolism. Anywhere you live, make sure your life is good, but always remember what, like Eric said earlier, what is the roots? I'm from Enugu State. That is why I am passionate about Enugu before I'm even passionate about Nigeria. So you have to say, where is that base? And that's what we're trying to do. We want to connect, but we want to connect with something that is very, substantive as opposed to the symbol of it.
All right, Mr. Moore, how would you respond to Mr. Okpa's take? Do you think African Americans have done enough towards building Africa's economic infrastructure? Do you think that they are open, to building Africa in terms of development, in terms of human capital, in whatever sense? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, let me first start with yes, the history is very important. Where do we come from is extremely important in understanding oneself and orientation in the world. So having an understanding of that is extremely important, but that is not all of the discussion. The discussion then pivots to where do we go together? When I met Ejike and when I see Ejike, I see someone who looks like me. I see someone who moves like me. I see someone who navigates the world in a similar fashion. And so based on that, there's a certain identity, there's a certain collective aspect of that. And so again, when I see him, I see that. Relative to your question about doing enough, it is an ongoing process. I stand on the shoulders of various leaders, various creatives, various thinkers, various people in academia and industry that came before me. And this, is a journey. I do think that we are at a pivotal point in our history relative to the African American or Black American experience, relative to the diaspora, relative to the development of Africa as a continent, Nigeria as a nation. Keep in mind, it hasn't been very long since independence, for Nigeria and a lot of the colonized nations there. And so relative to the timeline of a nation, the age of a nation, Nigeria and other countries in Africa are still relatively young. So that gives me great opportunity. But I also want to add that we have something very special as people of color, as people to a very high percentage who originate from the continent of Africa. And that is the power of the diaspora. Many of the educated populations, many of the populations who are living a certain standard, many of the populations who have been successful in various industries in Western culture have something of value as part of that exchange, as part of that convening between people of color in the diaspora and those in Africa. And I think as many times as we can have convenings, conversations, but to GK's point, zero in on specific opportunity areas, technology transfer, entrepreneurship, healthcare, research, manufacturing, institutional capacity, governance, talking about the core pillars that allow societies, that allow nations to be sustainable over time. And I think the discussions, yes, rooted in historical identity, but more so rooted into the building blocks of how do we bring those resources together, the natural, intellectual resources, creative resources that are on the continent of Africa, and how do we marry those aspirations and those similar resources to the diaspora as a whole. And I think that's part of the pathway to our future. When people talk about the continent of Africa, they always talk about the natural resources. But I contend the greater resources is our intellectual capital, our creative capital, our shared history of resilience, our shared history of spirituality, and our shared history of strength.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Moore. I'll get back to you, but Ejike, over to you. Beyond contributions of diaspora, like Mr. Moore has mentioned, beyond these contributions that are, beyond funding, do you think Africa as a continent has the enabling environment to receive and harness, these opportunities that could come from diaspora?
The capacity is always there. The capacity and potentiality is always there. The thing is, what is the probability? Everything is possible, but then, as a student of statistics, you got to talk about probability. What is the likelihood of something happening? Like Eric said, this is what we have to focus on. We've got the civil rights. If you go back to history of nations, you can see when they were giving African Americans civil rights, they were given African nations independent. But how independent are we? How independent are the African nations? 50, 60 years is long enough time to do certain things, because when you've had the expression, a fool at 40 is a fool forever. So when you make that mark of 40, is supposed to be a target. Even in our own various lives, when you hit 40, it's like, oh, am I on top of the hill? I'm over the hill. But the point here is America is 250 years old, but look at how successful America has become. And then in this American success is African Americans and the Black folks. And I've always said, without the Black people in America, America would be like Sweden. America would be like so many other, it would be a boring thing. The energy of America is anchored mainly, to a good extent on the Black content. But the thing is, how is this Black content being tapped by people otherwise? Our people are over there. Look at where they are doing things. How do I tap into this bucket? How do I plug in? But we haven't had that. Instead, what the African nations have done, like I keep saying, when the Elvis has left the room, you have Lebanese, Indians, Chinese, and all these other people taking over. When you have some of the most resilient, intellectually capable people in America, because there's no other where in the world you have a population like Black people in America. But the African leadership prefers to deal with Chinese people, with the Lebanese people, with all these other people that in their mind are vultures. They are doing things in Africa that they shouldn't be doing. But if African leaders to say, okay, I'm going to America, you guys have anything, name anything in America, we have Black people that are capable of doing it. But again, like they say in the Bible, no prophet has honor in their own village. Again, not to offend people of Christianity. They put that in the Bible for the Black folks because we don't recognize our own. We don't embrace our own. We want other people to do it. Because if, for instance, if Nigeria was a country of substance, they should tap into America, not Nigeria and Russia, not Nigeria and China, not that, say, hey, take a number. We go into where we know we're going to recruit the talent. Eric said it. The most important factor in any productive activity is not your mineral. The mineral in the ground, nobody did anything for it to be there. What you need to tap into is human capital. And no other country has human capital and resilience than the Black person in America. And you got to give the Black person in America a lot of credit because of the circumstances they have overcome, and now they want to prevail. Africa will never get to where Africa wants to be until the Black person in America is given opportunity to participate unapologetically to the redevelopment of Africa. It's not going to happen with Chinese people. I'm saying it's not going to happen with Lebanese people. It's not going to happen with Indian people. It has to happen with Black folks coming from America to help with governance, help with infrastructure, help with institutional building, and create this path like, hey, we don't have to apologize for our existence.
Yeah, very, very well said, Ajike. And if I may briefly add to that, so much of that is we've been here since the very beginning. So we understand the Western mindset, but we also understand the concept of carving an identity out of circumstances that are that have been historically debilitating. Not to say that experience is exclusive to us. There were horrible things that happened during colonization, but I think to Ejike's point, and I may echo, perspective matters, insight matters. And then let me also add real briefly on that. The other part of that is owning the narrative. I think as part of that, we have to understand the value of narrative. So much of the components of good governance, so much of the components of intellectual capital, so much of the components of progress are highlighted and codified through the understanding of narrative. We have to tell these stories. We have to anchor these stories in our own shared experiences and the paths that we're seeking to accomplish together. So I just wanted to add that for additional context.
We're going to call for a break. And when we get back, I want us to talk about Africa as seen by diaspora and international space as a charity case. What would be the way forward to see Africa as a viable business, landscape? So we'll go for a break. When we come back, the conversation continues. Stay with us.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. We're still discussing African Americans and, of course, development of homeland. And our guests have been Mr. Eji Kokpa and Mr. Eric Moore. Now, before we went on the break, we did mention that we'll have a conversation as Africa being viewed as should Africa rather be seeking for partnerships or rather be seeking for aids? So I'll come to you, Mr. Eji Kokpa. Why do you think, and I've had some conversations with you prior to this time when you said Africa does not have a potential problem, rather has a leadership problem. Why do you think that continually Africa keeps seeking for aids when they should be seeking for partnerships? What is missing in this whole equation? What are your thoughts?
Good question. And again, as an elementary or high school economics student, there was something I picked out of the dictionary for economics. There are two words that don't exist in that dictionary. And those two words are give and help. If somebody really want to work with you to expand your capacity, they want to invest with you and they want to partner with you, because those are two words that resonate in an economic endeavor. And because when you partner with you, there's a recognition of talent and skill. And when they invest with you, there's an expectation of return and reward with the risk associated with that. But when they give you something, then it could be a moral guilt they're trying to fulfill, and then I'll take it and move it on. And that is because they want to see the Black race be like a people that wants to be given something, or a people that, okay, let's just go help them out, and they have that feeling of, okay, we're satisfying the guilt we have had because of the history we have had with them. And I said, you got to be the ones that I don't want to be given anything. If you want to really work with me, invest with me or partner with me. And that is where I've always emphasized relationship is critical. If I were to be a president of an African country, if an American company is coming into Africa to do a business, I will have it as a requirement. I want to see an African American content in that partnership. If not, you're not going to do it. If you don't ask, you don't get. We say that in America all the time. But what is happening is that these companies come in there and they get in bed with the leadership, and the leadership, out of ignorance and their own naivety, just acquiesce to it. No, until if you don't empower African American, because the African American is going to have a challenge going to Hispanic world to get a contract. He's going to have a challenge going to an Asian country to get a contract. But the one continent that they have roots in, and the one continent that they have affiliation with, we are not enabling that connectivity. Yeah. So it has to be with the leadership. I don't know. I don't look to the AU. I don't look to ECOWAS. A country has to do it, and Nigeria is that a country because it's the most populous Black nation in the world. But Nigeria hasn't realized its potential because the Nigerian leadership want to deal with Lebanese. I don't have anything about a particular Lebanese guy, but the fact that people from dysfunctional country like Lebanon and India are in Nigeria running circles when your own people that have a long-term interest in the success of your nation are left on the sideline. You look at the contract given to build the biggest public works project in Nigeria, the Coastal Highway, who is doing it, and is a Lebanese guy who lives in France. You could have come in here and recruited Black engineers, and they'll be happy doing it because it's a legacy thing for them. But no, we don't do that. And so what do you think? The world is going to look at us that we don't even know what we have because we are running around looking for aid. No, we're looking for investment. If you tap into the diaspora potential in America, you don't want to deal with Chinese people. You don't want to deal with Indians. You don't want to deal with Russians because these people are well educated. I'm telling you, you come to America, you have scientists, you have engineers, you have public policy people. Just look at Eric. Eric and I live in Dallas.
Yeah.
The reason we're having this conversation is because we want to talk about our own narrative. We want to own it. If you put the two of us in any room, nobody can intimidate us. But do people in Africa realize that? Or are they looking for a white man, or are they looking for Hispanic, or are they look for anybody other than themselves? Recognize your own prophet because it's better than the prophet that don't look like you. Yeah. Invest in your own people and partner with your own people. Aid is not going to get you the mileage you need. It's investment and partnership that will do it for you. And you got to deal with people that look like you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Moore. Why do you think, because Mr. Ejike just raised a very important issue, why do you think this gap in business relations between Africa and the diaspora, why do you think it subsists? And what, in your opinion and experience, you think would be the paradigm shift or the mindset shift to bridge this gap and have business relations, flow effortlessly between, the two divides?
Yeah, I think we should, and that's a very good question, and thank you for asking, and thank you, GK, for his perspective as well. I think that's an interesting question, and we want to be very careful in how we pose that. I bring, part of my business is that I bring delegations to the continent of Africa, to Nigeria. I've done work in Senegal. I've done a lot of work in Ghana. And those delegations are a diversity of business people who are looking for opportunities on the continent. I am just one, but there are several that are doing those types of things under the radar. There are several connectivities and there are several layers of this growing ecosystem, this business, entrepreneurial, opportunity focused ecosystem that is happening. And that goes back to what Ejike mentioned earlier, and I did as well. We have to highlight those things. When I look at some of the newscasts, when I'm, on the continent, when I'm blessed to be there, the first 10 stories are about problems. The first 10 stories are about disagreements. And maybe that's just a function of media in general. No disrespect to the opportunity here. But where do we see the stories like we're trying to cultivate here today? The stories of connectivity, the stories of understanding, the stories of strategy, the story of understanding of mutual resources. And I think the more we have these types of dialogues, the net results are viewers will say, wow, let me think about these opportunities differently. The viewers will say, wow, let me think about opportunities for capital in models that are maybe international in nature. People will think differently about the possibilities, and possibilities invoke a sense of power. Let me also add an opportunity, and let me also add, I think it's a process. It doesn't happen overnight. And I'll use an example of trauma. We as a people here in the States have gone through trauma. Africans in America have gone through a certain set of historical trauma. You don't heal from that overnight. It's a process, but you first of all have to want to be healthy. You have to want to heal. You have to understand the psychosis in which you exist. You have to understand that you're trying to force yourself to fit into a paradigm, an operating system that is not authentic to yourself. And so what should you do in return? First of all, recognize the trauma. Secondly, seek a pathway to recover from it. And then thirdly, create a paradigm that is beneficial for your own well-being, that is beneficial for the collective, that is beneficial for the diasporic identity. And it is only through that aid becomes inconsequential. We don't need aid. We need a convergence of capital. We need a convergence of ideas. We need a convergence of creativity. We need a convergence of relationships. Let's talk to each other. Let's get to know each other. Let's build together. And I think that is the pathway forward. There's a lot of people in America, there's a lot of people in Africa way smarter than I am. What I do is simply try to create those conditions for very smart people and motivated people to get together to iron out potential solutions that are mutually beneficial.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Moore. Mr. Ejike, how would you advise if you were called upon to give an expert advice? How would you advise Africa improves, its communication, how do I put it? It's communication of narratives, because Mr. Moore just mentioned the fact that each time he goes to, check on news on Africa, the first 10 stories are always stories of violence, disobedience, and things like that. So how do you think we can turn the narrative to begin to project the connections and the relationships that actually foster partnerships and investments?
Great question. And I think, again, it goes down to what I consider communication. A lot of us speak, a lot of African leaders speak, but they don't communicate. And it is in that communication gap that they lose the essence of what it is they want to do. And a lot of them go to UN and, have their 15 minutes of fame at the podium. But at the end of the day, you always check, what did they just say? Okay, so the narrative has to be about you. You don't have to be apologetic being in this world, because God has, in his own generosity, given you life that he's given everybody. But like my mom always said, if you make yourself a doormat, what do you think is going to happen to you? You get stepped on or you get stepped over. We have done that intentionally or unwillingly, or not even knowing where. Thinking that the best way to get invited to the table for dinner is to appear poor. Nobody's richer or poorer than anybody. It is the appearance of it and the perception of it. So you got to tell your story in such a way you're going to let them know. A bag of rice you've given me one day does not take care of the rest of the 365. And I have been able to feed myself. And I can feed myself with or without you. Until the African people own themselves in that confidence, and that being able to say it in front of anybody without feeling like, I'm offending them, I'm not offending them. If you're on a mission to survive, in a mission to succeed, you don't have to feel how is the other person perceiving this, because that's how they have done it to the black race. They came into the continent, they did what they did. Okay, fine. If you have slapped my grandfather and he couldn't defend himself, I am not in a position to cry about it. I will say, thank you for letting me know you did it. You cannot do it to me. That is my own emergence. That is my own ability to prevail. I just don't want to overcome. I want to prevail. I don't want to just be a player. I also want to be the referee so I can call the games. The black race owe it to themselves, regardless of what the trauma has been. I understand that. But that trauma has to win off us. because it's a new day. There's no university in the world where a Black person hasn't gone and graduated, and oftentimes on top of the class. So how comes that when you are given that degree or that certificate, you go home and you're running around after people who are from C class level or C countries? How is that? My father taught me 1 + 1 is 2 anywhere in the world, whether he learned it under a mango tree or an air-conditioned classroom. The difference is the attitude expresses and the confidence believing in what you're saying. We have to build that, and that confidence comes the way you tell your story. That's why we are thinking about the media. The media is part of America's strength over the world, because America uses no other country has the American media resources. So, and that is that they tell the story the way America wants. And they say they are number one. Has anybody ever showed up to say they're number two? Because nobody want to claim that too. So you have to project yourself in such a way that people going to say, oh, are you bullshitting or are you for real? Let them come find out. We need to tell our story, and we should stop being apologetic. Eric said it earlier in his opening statement. Everybody has had a trauma. The Europeans have had more wars among themselves than any other continent. But look at how they have managed, either loosely or collectively, to do things all over the world. So we can look at that. Part of knowledge in life is not necessarily, looking at it. We have to observe. Because, oh, I like what they're doing. Well, how come they get over that? I can do the same thing. You have to believe in yourself first before you step out. So I would just say that this conversation is enriching and is good, and I hope we do more of it. We need to tap into the African-American resilience and strength. Their contracting opportunity has to be enhanced by us and enhanced by Africans. If you want to come do business over here, if you're coming from America, if anybody wants to copy that model, Eric and I can help you generate the policy. You have to have if you come in as ExxonMobil and you want to do drill oil here, you want to see African-American partnership with ExxonMobil before we can let you drill the oil. If, business, there's the politics of business. Hold on a second. There's the politics of business and there's the business of politics. We focus on the business of politics, forgetting the politics of business, because the politics of business is what gives you the mileage and the value you need. And Africans so far don't know how to do it, because they are acquiesce and they yield to everybody who comes in thinking that those people love them.
Well, thank you so much. Eric, back to you. I want to pick up from where Mr. GK dropped a very important point. He said it's important to tap into the resilience and the strength of the African American. Now, given your experience as a business relations and communications expert, how would you advise a young African American, probably 25, 30-year-old entrepreneur to invest? Let's say this individual wants to invest $500,000 in Africa. So, given your experience, how would you advise this young person?
That's a good question. First of all, I'd say reach out to GK and we can guide them on the journey. And thank you for bringing up the young people. That was part of my notes for today. I think the young people today, that 25-year-old and even younger, my son is graduating high school and heading to university, and these young people are ready. They're very connected. They are collaborative in nature. They're very research oriented. They communicate instantly, and they understand to a very high degree global connectivity, because to them, being friends or reaching out or gaining insight or perspective from half the world happens instantly. So if that person has, half $500,000, I would say, do your research. What is it that you enjoy? What is it that you have a level of expertise in? What is it that you have the most experience in? What is it that you have the most education in? And do your research and look for opportunities, not just domestically, but on the continent of Africa. Relative to that, is it agriculture? Is it technology? Is it biology? Is it tech transfer? Is it finance? Whatever that is, and then I think seek relationships in those areas on the continent. But the beautiful thing about the diaspora, if I meet 10 people tomorrow, 8 of those people will be from the continent of Africa. And so having proximity to those from the continent who are here getting education, who are here seeking business opportunities, who have immigrated here, people like Ajike, people who have a perspective, and make that part of your network. Everything is about relationships. And relationships inform insights, relationships inform opportunities. So I think it starts there. The amount of money, all of those things, that's not necessarily secondary, that's a part of it. But I think do your research, find out what you have a propensity of expertise towards, create relationships that are culturally relevant, that are economically relevant, and then access to additional capital. Is that 500 the complete capital stack, or are you looking for additional investors to be a part of that capital stack? And so I would recommend those things in particular. But I also want to add, do your research, do your cultural research. Get in a plane and go to Nigeria. Get in a plane and go to Abuja. Go to Lagos. Go to Ghana. Go to Dakar. Go to places. Go to Tanzania. Go to Zimbabwe. Go to all these places so you can understand what life is like, what culture is like, and the rhythm of business in those countries as well.
Absolutely, Mr. GK, you did mention. In fact, it was like a takeaway for me after a particular conversation I had with you where you said Nigeria doesn't have a potential problem. I keep saying it. Nigeria has a leadership and governance problem. Now, if you were to be invited by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, to develop one institutional reform without having to borrow a dollar, what would that reform be?
Good question, and thank you for referencing, conversation you and I have had. Yes, we have had, very good conversation. Africa think money is the problem. Money is not the problem. The money that Africans come to ask America to give them, God didn't send it to them. God never wired money to anybody. The currencies we all refer to is human created, but somehow they have figured out how to make the dollar the preferred currency of the world. So can you make Naira preferred currency? Can you develop Nigeria on using Naira? Yes, you can, but you have to have the confidence to say, I'm going to do it that way. Because you are entitled to the value of your currency in your own sovereign boundaries. You don't have to say, I need to use euro or yen or dollar or anything. You can use Naira. But it has to come from a leadership ability to say, that's it. We're not taking a cue from World Bank. We're not taking a cue from IMF. We're not, because these institutions have become a default agencies that go into Africa and begin to tell them how you can or cannot do it. You could say them, get the heck out of here. That's how we do it in Texas. No, we're not going to do it this way. We're going to do it our way. And nobody, are they going to take you to court because you're using Naira to build your economy? So if I were to be invited, I would tell the president, except you are bringing in $1 billion worth of project into Nigeria, we're going to use Naira. And if you bring in that $1 billion, you are not going to repatriate any profit for 10 years because we want to know whether you have the longevity of interest or you just a vulture. These are the things you have to say. America did it when they moved away from the bullion standards to the gold standard. I say the American good faith is worth more than gold and silver. And they did it in a weekend of what they call, there's a book called The 3 Days in Camp David. If you want to know how the dollar became the preferred currency of the world, it's all captured in that book. And it's an easy read. So countries can copy and paste, but do you have the will to paste? There's nothing going on in the world, like Eric said, it's instant message. But when you see that good thing, can you say, I can do it over here? And what does it take? I see Nigerian leaders come to America. They don't even talk to people like me. They want to go talk to white people. They want to go talk to other people. We're just going to give them what I call bookshelf report. Go to your people that are already in here, that are plugged in, that understand the vibes of this nation. Relationship in America works wonders. No other country in the world emphasizes relationship. The Europeans, when they come to America and Africa, they don't care about relationship. They want to take something. The Chinese don't do it. The Lebanese don't do it. So America is where I want to break bread with you and see what else we can do. America can go in with building a road with you. The next, hey, can we do healthcare? Because they're about capacity, they're about the elasticity of their own ability. And that's what you need. So the policy change here is we're going to use our resources to develop our own nation. And we're going to charge the interest rate. The money has a cost to it. If somebody's going to lend you money, always ask the question, what are the terms and conditions? If those terms and conditions are going to choke you, because somebody can lend you money and choke you. That's what the World Bank and IMF have done to African nations. How many African nations have emerged because they have relied on World Bank lending and IMF guidance? Nobody. It is one of these things, they just keep giving you, and at the same time, they undermine you. You say no to it. Don't ask, but say invest. But if you come in to invest in Nigeria, the minimum is 1 billion. Okay, you keep your money because we're going to do it locally. And that is the confidence that the Western world respects. You know that thing they said, the meek shall inherit the earth. Europeans are not meek. That's why they came to North America and they did what they did. God favors the bold. When you're bold, God is with you. But if you want to be meek, you're going to be a doormat. African nations want to be meek, and that doesn't work well in the global economy. Be bold, go for gold, or you're going to be left in the cold. That is so.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Ejike. I do appreciate your passion. But over to you, Eric. It's quite interesting. Ejike brought up the issues with IMF and the World Bank and with borrowing. And all what he mentioned sounds really good. But I'm thinking really good on paper, right? How feasible or possible is it really to implement all these economic policies when you know that the borrower is slave to the lender? So it's possible, or rather, is it possible that there are stringent economic policies being imposed on the African continent because of the borrowing from the IMF and the World Bank? Do you think what Ejike is proposing is feasible, given the context?
Yeah, so let me say I'm not an economist by trade, but I am a business person. And I think that it boils down to two things. I think it's will. I think institutions have to put a premium on governance, a premium on the principles of fair economics. But I also think we have to reimagine the economic model through our own cultural and our own realities as people of African descent and people on the continent. The current financial capitalist model, to a very high degree, leaves a tremendous amount of inequality. And when you walk through the streets, yes, America is the preeminent country, on the global stage today. But oftentimes when you walk through the streets, you see how the economic system doesn't work for all Americans. And I also agree with Ejike's statement about being bold. But there is a certain percentage of the population that is disenfranchised with the current model, that has the education, that has a certain level of boldness and resilience. And so I think that there's a reimagining that is needed in how do capital structures, how do economic structures work for Africa in its current phase of development, right? And again, I think that comes from having experts from around the diaspora who are experiencing to some degree similar economic pains, those who've divested themselves from the change of high interest rates and IMF predatory monetary policies, and those who are looking to think differently about those possibilities. I think it's our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean who are doing some wonderful things relative to how they reimagine their social and economic models. I think it's African Americans, Black Americans. I think it's Euro Africans. And I think it's all of us in the diaspora who have expertise in that space, who have a contribution to reimagining what that model ultimately looks like and how it works, not only just for Nigeria, not just for the continent of Africa, but also how does it harness the economic power of the diaspora as well.
All right. Mr. Ejike, let's
Yes.
say 10, 20 years from now, what economic reforms would you want to see in the continent of Africa to enhance this particular conversation we're having?
I'm not clairvoyant, but if I were to, set a rule, I would do what Reagan did when Reagan came into power. That's what they call usury law. And he capped the interest rate American institutions are going to charge at certain things. Again, it's all about money. If you're going to look for it domestically or if you're going to look internationally, the terms and conditions have to favor you, and you have to constantly put your eye on that cost of borrowing. If you're looking, for instance, in Nigeria, you go to any bank and say, I want to borrow 1 million naira to start, a small shop, provision shop, like we say in America, will be a convenience store, and see what the interest rate is. If the cost of money is relative to the ability to be productive, if I'm charging, there are two ways you pay back money when you borrow it. It's going to be interest only or amortizing debt. That means amortizing is anytime you make a payment, part of that payment structure goes towards reducing the principal and it builds your equity. But in terms of interest only, I said, okay, if I give you 1 million naira, you pay me back in 1 year. That means, at the end of 1 year, you pay me the interest plus the principal. So those two things oftentimes are not being talked about in the structure of African countries, because they are too excited to say, oh, World Bank is lent us money and IMF is lent us money. What are those two institutions? The president of World Bank has to be appointed by the president of America. The president of, what is their name? IMF has to be an European. Still the two people that colonize you or don't think you are capable of doing something, and you still subscribe to this country club. You are not a member of the country club, but you remember when the charter was written, but you so much embrace this charter, you don't even know when to say, no, this is not working for me. So for me, it's all about the money. And I'll give you an example, because this is what infuriates me. When I left Nigeria in the late 80s, after my youth service, and I came to America, do you know how much I paid for my ticket to fly from ENUGU to Lagos to London to Dallas? 698 naira 50 kobo, which at the time was more valuable than the dollar. If the affidavit of financial support my father swore for me to give visa was back in when I was applying, it was about 100 and something, almost 1 million naira. So technically, my father was worth almost 2 million naira when I left America. I go back to Nigeria today, the same asset base, because the land and the property he owns nothing has been added to it. It's worth less than 100 million naira. How can that be? How can it be that money, that Nigeria naira that was stronger than the dollar in 1985 up until 1990 is today 1 million naira gives you 600 or 700 naira? That is what should be keeping every Nigerian policymaker sleepless. What happened? What were they doing up until 1985 that made the naira strong? Because if the naira were to be stronger, you're not going to have a lot of Nigerians living in Nigeria. So what they have done is, in the 80s, the World Bank, with their crafty nature of policy, policy manipulation for Africa, introduced what they call SAP, the Structural Adjustment Program. And that SAP sapped Africa.
Yeah.
If it has nothing else, you remember, sapped Africa. And it has done it for 40 years, and no African nation has stood up and said, heck no, we're not going to do this. Part of international relationship is to be able to bluff.
Yeah.
I said, we're not going to do it.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. I've been informed that we've gradually run out of time. I wish I had more time to have this conversation going on, but so much thanks goes to you, Mr. Okwaijike, and to you, Mr. Eric Moore. Thank you for your insights as well. Thank you.
Here's one thing I want to promise you. Eric and I are going to be in ENUGU soon. Okay? So you can have as much time as you want with us.
Thank you.
It's going to happen. Believe.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for still sticking with us. New Day continues after now. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to our Saturday weekend, or rather, welcome to a Sunday weekend retrospect, a segment where we bring you highlights of some of the conversations we had in the course of the week from Monday. And on Monday, we had a conversation around how independent is Nigeria's judiciary. We had two guests. The first was Barrister Haya King, and the second guest was Ejike Okwa. These were the conversations. Take a listen.
So the elementary law of government that everybody knows is that the three arms of government should be completely independent, that nobody should interfere with one another. But again, in Nigeria Constitution, the executive has all the powers. I've made this argument several places and several forums. Executive has all the powers. They control, they appoint, they pay salary, they promote, they do everything that a judge. And judges are human beings. They are human. They are lawyers first before they become judges. They are Nigerians before they become judges. So Because of that, they are no longer independent because imagine somebody appoints me now, influences my appointment as a judge, which I don't want to be anyway. And now I sit on the bench, and the person comes with a matter, is a politician. I will not shy away. I will not overlook it. I will look for a way, soft landing. That's actually the truth about it. So the executive, the constitution made the judiciary not to be independent. That is actually how I would put it. The constitution, because I know some of them that were appointed, some are my classmates, my senior, my friends that were appointed. Some of them are men of integrity. Some of them are very, very upright. Some of them are very, very good. But political cases, when political cases come to your court, you cannot tell the governor, for instance, or the president that calls you, I am interested in this matter. Or somebody calls you that the president or the governor is interested, and you say nothing will happen. That's the problem. So the problem is the influence, external influence, what I call force majeure. These influence are beyond them. Force majeure. We have heard of judges who have been disgraced out of office for doing nothing, for refuse to take executive orders. We have heard them. CJN, judges, Court of Appeal judges. They have been disgraced and humiliated. Who will want his brother to be humiliated in that form? Who will want to be humiliated in that form? So you better do what they ask you to do. That's the truth about it. That's the truth about it. Executive influence has made the judiciary not to be independent. And unfortunately, these political cases are always in the front burner. They are always in the public view. So the public hear about it. The old woman selling hear about it. Imagine the old woman in the village. My mother, you tell my mother, the law says that this man, if he leaves his party and go to another party, he should leave that seat. My mother would say, yes, it's reasonable. My mother is not an illiterate anyway. She is a retired civil servant. He said, yes, it's an illiterate. And the next moment, my mother hears again, that same man, the court have said that he should not leave the seat, he should remain in the seat. My mother will not say, how manage? Let me not even use my mother who is literate. Let me use a village old man in the village. And the law, they have made a law in the village that in the village committee that anybody who wants to resign from the village committee must tell them why he's resigning. Now, the person resigned from the village committee and go and form another committee to challenge the existing one, and they expel him from the village committee. And suddenly, the chairman, another person comes again and says, no. And this is the precedent they have been following. Anybody that goes that way, they expel him. And they expel this man. Some other person come and say, no, reinstate that man. The man is reinstated. My mom, the village people, the illiterate people will be very, very angry. So that's actually what happened. That is why it looks as if the judiciary is extremely corrupt when it comes to all cases. I use the word extremely corrupt when it comes to political cases. But other cases, I can still give it up for the judiciary because we have gotten judgment on merit, we have gotten a rulings, we have argued our cases and gotten judgment. Let me tell you the fact. Let me tell you the truth. The truth is that it's difficult to bribe a judge because a judge is almost extremely contented. It's difficult for a private person to bribe a judge. Some of these influences we are talking about that these judges are overwhelmed with is not because of even money alone. It's because of patronage. It's because of respect. It's because of somebody has appointed you, somebody has helped you. This is an opportunity to help the person. But sometimes it's not just money that the politicians use. The politicians use influence. The politicians use all manner of things. No worry, that guy and my guy, now we appoint him as a judge. Don't worry. Even if the guy, the person that is appointed as a judge is on merit, but again, he wouldn't have gotten it if his political friend or political brother or political husband did not go and make sure he gets it, because a lot of people are looking for the job. And if I look at you, you're on merit. Some of them are on merit. You're appointed by somebody. The person comes today and comes one day. You definitely have to help the person. So it is the public knows about it because these are political matters. Like I said, it's difficult to bribe it. How much do you have to bribe a judge? How do you see a judge?
Of course. Now, Barrister Hayaking, you've mentioned the issue of executive influence when it comes to political court proceedings and court rulings. And I just want to ask, seeing that there is a heavy influence from the executive arm of government, is there a possibility for judges to operate without fear or favor, given what is obtainable in our constitution at the moment? When, you know, how is it possible for a judge to still act according to the law, even with the interference of the executive influence in court proceedings?
It is not possible. It's completely impossible, especially when these cases come to you as a judge. It's very, very impossible. It's difficult. It's extremely difficult. I speak with judges. They are human beings. I know it's not possible. It's not possible. Some of them, if they tell you their experiences, they don't sleep. If this call will come, this one. One of the judges was narrating his experience when he was handling one of these highly political matters. He said he couldn't sleep. He says he's sleeping, the call is coming. Hey, make sure you detain him. Make sure you release him. Make sure you deliver that ruling today. Make sure that ruling is not delivered today. That ruling will be next week. He will off his phone. When he off his phone, his mind will be beating because calls will be coming. They now accuse him of offing his phone. He put back the phone again, over 1,000 calls. This one, he said he was confused. In fact, he said he nearly got heart attack because of the calls and the influences that was coming. Answering your question, the way the constitution is configured and the executive influence is not possible if they want you to do a thing. The only thing is to recuse yourself, to remove yourself from the case. That is one of the things. And when you do that, they will also accuse you that you are not their man. You are not obedient. You are not an obedient. For God's sake, a judge shouldn't be obedient to anybody. A judge should be obedient to the law. If you bring the law is in favor of his mother, he will discharge his mother. If the law is against...
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
In this case is when, citizens, even though Nigerians are more tribalistic, but let's for the sake of this conversation said, okay, Nigerians are pure citizens. So when you have issues either because of the constitution or business or community issues and you want to take it to court, when you do, the question is to be asked, who is guiding the judge? Remember, Nigeria is basically a bench warrant court. That is, they don't have jury. So it is whatever the judge decides is what you get. And then when you go to the appeal, level is the same thing. And so the governor or the chairman of the local, or the president can, literally tell the judge what I want. And oftentimes those judges are going to more than likely lean towards the person who appointed them, because Nigerian judges are appointed as opposed to US, at our state level and local level, those people are elected. So they run for office on judicial, candidacy, and then they have to express their judicial, philosophy, what it is they're going to do. Not that we have it perfect, but our judges don't behold to our executive arm of the government. From time to time, we see things that they, rulings that they make, and they say, oh, because they are influenced by, one party or the other. But 99% of the time, those judges are powerful and they are independent. So Nigeria doesn't have that independence, and that is why the form of democracy in Nigeria is more dictatorial as opposed to, more independent.
Now, you've mentioned that Nigeria's judiciary is not independent. And in your opinion, why would you say that we do not have that independence in Nigeria's judiciary, seeing that the judiciary is supposed to be independent?
Because of the nature of the appointment. In the states, who appoints the chief judge of the state is the governor. Who appoints the attorney general is the governor. So when they go in there, when those people are appointed, they are going to do the bidding of those people who are appointed, because the governor can remove them without cause. There's not a whole lot of judicial review. There's not a panel of judges that look at what other judges have done and either issue them a reprimand or, ask for them to be removed. Ultimately, it falls at the doorstep of the executive. In this case, the governor at the state level or the president at the national level. There's not much of any judicial function at the local government level. If you do, it's just basically customary court. So the structure of the Nigerian judiciary is very thin. It's not very complex. It's the same court that's going to try you for bankruptcy. It's going to try you for divorce. It's going to try you for election petition. It's going to try you for everything. It's a one-stop, judiciary. And so they have enormous power, and like again, their power is they drive their power from the appointment they are given. Oftentimes, you could see the judges making visits to see the governor, and nobody questions that. In America, it's very, very difficult for a judge to go visit a governor, because when you do, you're going to have to disclose what was the nature of the visit and why did you have to go. So the independence, in our case, again, talking from my Texas experience, is that you have to maintain that firewall. You have to maintain the firewall between the appointed, the executive arm, the judicial arm, and the legislature. Nigeria is not there yet, and I don't know whether they're going to get there. But in name, Nigeria says they're democracy, but they're actually a dictatorial system of government, because it's a waterfall type of government. Whatever the governor says happens, whatever the president says happens. There's no pushback, there are no challenge. There are no constitutional ways to challenge what they've done and be successful in reversing what they have done.
Say about the balance of power we have in our arms of government, seeing that the executive highly influences what happens in the judiciary?
Again, it's the same thing, let me say it in the Igbo sort of dialect. Okuko adage is only umbrella in the rainy season. The chicken doesn't forget the farmer that, gave it an umbrella in the rainy season. So, or during the rain. So that's what you get. The balance is imbalanced. The balance favors the executive. And so you're never going to get that comfort. You're never going to get that level of satisfaction as long as somebody, again, I have said it many times, Nigeria is ruled, by 1 plus 36. They are, they are the placeholders. They are the ones that call the shots. Nobody else can change them, so the judiciary is weakened because of the structure of the government and the way they get their money. I think even their own budget allocation comes from the state. It's not like them, their money comes to them, independent of the state approval. They get it. And then the other things that the governors do, even at this federal level, is that they buy them houses, they buy them cars, they give them gifts. When people do all those things for you, that's what we call the Greek gift. When you get all those things, you're not going to turn around and be antagonistic to whomever appointed you, even when you know that what they're doing is wrong. So with the judiciary, the lawmaking part of it, which is the assembly or the national, the state assemblies or the national assembly, can be excused. But the thing is, when those laws are made, who interprets the law, and how is that interpretation of the law favors, what Nigerians have to deal with. In case somebody takes your land or the governor say, I want your home to be demolished, and they go and do it, what is your recourse? Okay, you go to court, which court? And which judge is going to listen to it? And what are they going to tell you? So the Nigerians are handicapped, not because they don't know what to do, it's because of the law or the constitution they have been given to operate under. And until this are challenged and reversed, you're not going to get any mileage out of it. The Nigerians are just going to keep moving on, but they're not going to be thriving. Because You have to unleash the talent and the skill in Nigerians. Like the way you do is to have laws, regulations, and rules that when those things are handed, and if they don't favor the people, somebody can go to court and sue.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
On Tuesday, the conversation was on protecting children, women, and the vulnerable against abuses and violence in Nigeria. I guess who did justice to this topic was Barrister Toyin Ndidi Taiwo Ojo. This is what she had to say.
But how many people have been prosecuted under these laws? It boils down to the fact that there is a lack of empathy. There is apathy towards these laws, and that is because our society still believes that women are properties. Our society still believes that women are chattels to be owned, and when you own something, nobody should question you on how you use your properties. That is the basics.
If you can hear me, are you still with us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right, we lost you for a moment there, so please, can you take it again?
Okay, so I was saying that there are beautiful laws in the country that protects women, but the truth of the matter is that there's a lack of political will to implement these laws. And that is because our society is patriarchal. Our society sees women as chattels, properties to be owned. And when you own a property, nobody should question you on how you use your property. So we need a reorientation of our values, of our customs and tradition as a people, so that people will know, our society will understand that women are not subhuman or second-class citizens. Women are human like any other gender, and they have these rights, and these rights should be protected.
All right. Now that you've spoken about women, let's talk more about the violence against women. And while we see, just like you mentioned, that the laws are not implemented, particularly because of the society we live in and how they view and perceive women as, we also see that many people who are victims or survivors of different forms of abuse and violence choose not to report their experiences or choose not to report their abuser. What factors would you say continue to discourage reporting amongst women who are victims of this issue?
Okay, thank you so much. I can grade this into many factors. One, psychological in the extent that we have what we call trauma bonding or Stockholm syndrome. And this is a psychological situation where a victim begins to develop a strange kind of affection for her abuser or his abuser. In this case, let's say her abuser, because we're talking about women and children. Now, when this situation occurs, the victim, the survivor, cannot differentiate between reality anymore and whatever she has built to safeguard herself from as a buffer for this abuse. So when you say this kind of things, when I see women who do not want to report because of course they may have developed this what we call trauma bonding with their abuser. Now we have another factor, and that is the societal factor. The fact that where are they going to? Most of these women are not economically independent. And then if they leave
most times because we have created a society where wealth is gender dependent. We have created a society where a man is seen as the one with the economics. So when these women want to leave, remember that they may have children, a lot of children. They will think of where they are going to take those children to. Unfortunately, we do not have enough shelters in the country to protect these women. So they now choose between living on the streets or continuing the abuse in their own mind that, okay, if I stay here, at least my children will have a place to lay their heads. Now, another thing again you have to consider is when there is no family support system. That I cannot reiterate enough. You see, most of these women stay in abusive home because they go back to the home, even on their wedding day, traditional marriage day. You will hear the family saying, as you are leaving, you have no place in this home again. So whatever you see in your husband's house, you will bear. Of course, most parents are saying it ignorantly, not because they hate their children, but because the society expects that the woman is married and she can never come home back home to her parents. And in that mindset, they live. And then when eventually some of them come home, the family will tell them there is no place for you. And remember that most times our society favors the male gender as against the female gender. Asking when they now come home, they don't have even an inheritance. They don't have anything. They don't even have a room to themselves. So what would they do? They continue to stay with the abuser. Now, like I've also mentioned the economics. Finance is a major thing, and I always say that one of the ways to break the shackles of patriarchy, is for women to be economically independent. When a woman is economically independent, she makes choices. Yes, she may not always make the right choices, but at least economics is out of it, and that would help her to make, at least to a reasonable degree, a good choice for herself and for her children. Now, another factor we have to do is we have to reason again is the low self-esteem. Abuse has a way of, shattering people's self-esteem. And then these people begin to doubt themselves if they can even survive. Because sometimes it's not even just the physical abuse, it is even the psychological abuse. Who do you think would admire you? You think you are beautiful. You are not useless. You are stupid. And these women begin to internalize all these hateful comments. And before you know it, they just feel that, oh, I cannot exist without this person. So they are stuck in that abusive environment.
All right, now let's move to the children, because we are talking about children, women, and vulnerable groups. Now, looking at children as well, we find that a lot of incidents of abuse occur with children, particularly in their homes. Most of them are abused by their parents. Most of them are abused by their guardians or in schools, or just places and spaces that are supposed to protect them. Why, in your opinion, would you say that these safe spaces or supposed safe spaces are now increasingly becoming danger zones for children?
Thank you. For me, I feel that it still boils down to the lack of political will to implement our laws. You see, we will continue to have this pace of abuse against vulnerables and children. They will continue to be targets of people's frustration. You know why? Because they know there are no consequences to whatever their actions are. When parents know that, oh, I can discipline my children.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
On Wednesday, our guest Joaquin Esdechi spoke on 2027 political build-ups, particularly on perpetuating the culture of rigging in party primary elections. This is what he had to say.
It can come in various shapes. Bribery is not just about money exchanging hands. It can also come in various forms. When you people are appointed to the bench without without merit. People go to the bench without merit because of who they know. That can also be a bribery. Because when somebody goes to the bench without being qualified for it, or without being properly screened, and it's a merit process, passing through a merit process and becomes a judge, it's a problem, because it will demoralize others. And the legal profession is one where seniority matters. When there's so much bureaucracy there, so when you come and elevate somebody who is much junior to a lot of people who are also doing well, who should get that position before the other person, it becomes the perception gets worse. So bribery now, recently the government of APC at the federal level is busy building lodges or houses with public money, with public funds for judges. So, some people have said that is bribery. I also think so that is bribery, because it's a way to soften ground. When certain matters come before these judges, they may be tempted to say, oh, this one has robbed our back, let's also rob it back. The federal government should have a policy of housing. I remember during Obasanjo's time, houses were sold to occupiers. They say occupier owns. So we thought that was the policy of the federal government. Suddenly you have a policy somersault. Government is coming back to build houses. And now building houses for them. These are judges that are being paid. What have we not done for judges in Nigeria? We have raised their retirement ages. We raised it, I think, up to 70 years now. We have increased their pay. And now we're building houses for them. If you rank importance and benefits of different professions to the growth of the country, would you honestly say that the judiciary plays the most important role? There are a lot of people in various areas who are also playing their own roles. So government is being unfair to these other people by concentrating on judges. What is the government policy on housing for public officers? Tomorrow the government will wake up now and say, we are building houses for members of the National Assembly. There was a time we were talking about monetization. You monetize these things. Why not widely monetize these things than building houses, taking up spaces? Some of these people may not even need those houses. Some of them will go ahead to sell it. So why are you quickly overpopulating the city with bricks and mortar? You don't need to be building up everywhere. Every virgin land, we have this building for. Did you do a need assessment to ascertain that this is very critical? Judges can live anywhere. We say you want to isolate them. Now has it worked that you must isolate a judge for him to put in his best? You go and put them in an enclosure. That makes it the worst. And that is an estate for judges. So these things, I don't think these are things that have been properly thought through. If you going to build houses for judges in Abuja, what of the judges in Kanu, the judges in Jos, the judges in Owerri, the judges in Port Harcourt, Yenegua, Calabar, just name it. So the thing is perplexing. We get policy somersaults in the country every time, and people claim it's part of the dividends of it's not the dividend of democracy. Dividend of democracy is not just bricks and mortar. The key dividend of democracy is for people to live in safety and be happy that they are living in their country. When people go to court, they will get justice. They should be able to get justice. And the cases are quickly dispensed on time, not to delay. And we see certain orders that come from court cause more problem, more confusion,
Dr. Joachim, are you still here with us? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
On Thursday, our guest Timothy Namani discussed the topic 2027 political build-up, particularly Nigerian youth and political participation. We take a listen.
Unacceptable orientation among the youth. This has been made it impossible for them to get involved. So before we discuss any other thing, we have to checkmate the orientation of these young people, youths in quote.
But even with the orientation issue, we still see that, 2023 election, we saw a lot of, Nigerian youths were all over the place. They came out in their numbers to be very active politically, and we all know how that turned out. Now, how would you say that situations like that also affect youth interest in participating in politics when they feel like their votes do not count, or things around political events that are not conducive for young people?
Okay, when you look at between 2023 and now, I would consider 2023 and now an enlightenment epoch. In political science, there's this thing they call enlightenment epoch. Now, it's a time people get up from their slumber. It's a time people get up from the parochial state to an active participatory state. Now, this can be necessitated by some experiences, as I've said earlier. Now, if you look at our young people, when there is a bad economic policy, it is the young people that are the receiving end of these bad policies. When there is a bad leadership policy, it is the young people that are the receiving end of whatever policy, be it economic, be it political, be it religion, or whatever. Now, there's going to come a point where you push someone, the person might, decide to retaliate, decide to fight for themselves. Now, the participation of the youth in 2023 only shows that some of our youth, not all of them, some of our youth are now beginning to realize that it is a time you take a certain matter into your hands. It is a time that if you don't get involved, you cannot be able to change the status quo. There are a lot of unacceptable status quo right now prevailing. You know that it is not your writing, it is not your oral disposition that will enable that to change. The only way you can change that is to get involved. So why there have been this lot of participation between 2023 and now is, I would say that this has been contributed mainly by the, first of all, the states of the nation. They felt that there is someone out there who maybe can change the status quo. That is why we witness such. I'm also expecting such massive turnout this 2027, because if you look at the economy, if you look at the societal development as a whole, you find out that, first of all, the youth are not happy. Most of the opportunities that are supposed to be, common for them to access are not there. So it is also expected that even in 2027, we'll expect massive turnout than we had in 2023. So this has been just about experience all these years. So when people have this level of experience, at some point, they will have to get up and do something. That is exactly what we saw in 2023.
Now, while we're getting up and doing something and trying to take matters into our hands, most times we find that most of the things that we are fighting against are also still being perpetrated by the Nigerian youth, particularly during election cycles. This issue of we have a lot of malpractices in election, vote buying and the likes, and it's usually these same youth that complain about the government and the situation of the country that are also found in such situations. So why do you think that is so, and why do you think that some certain youths are easily vulnerable to all of this political manipulations?
Okay, first of all, for you to be manipulated, the person who wishes to manipulate you must have seen your maybe an area of your life where you err. Now, most of the reasons why most of our youth are easy to manipulate is because, first of all, our youth are not financially independent. Now, let us bring it down to Nigeria. Let's say now that, 90 to 95% of our youth, they have something reasonable they are doing on their own. Now they have a skill skill that they have developed. Now this skill, they have developed this skill into a profitable venture or into a business. And then they are financially independent to a point. During election period, let me use myself as an example. If I'm a politician and you approach this youth and you offer them some money to perpetuate this political violence during election, they cannot do that. Because already, the only thing that are being offered to these young people to perpetuate this political violence during election is money. And the only reason why they buy into such an idea is because they need the money offered. Now, if I am financially independent, there are some certain offers I cannot take. I can think with my right senses and make the right decision. But the only reason why most of our young people cannot think rightly is because, first of all, they are not financially buoyant. So they are looking for every means to make money, to feed, to clothe themselves, to look better than they were yesterday. So that's why they are easily manipulated by politicians. That's why we preach financial independence among our young people. Because if they achieve financial independence, in fact, a theory once came up that some of the politicians don't even want this youth to be financially independent. Because if they become financially independent, they can challenge the status quo. They can go into the system with that financial sufficiency they have. They can go into the system and do something differently from what have been done before and try to see how the status quo can be changed. So that's why maybe sometimes you see that maybe some opportunities that are supposed to actually move the youth from a certain level financially to a more sufficient level is being truncated to ensure that they are limited, to ensure that they are restricted, so that maybe during election period like now, when these youth are called upon and then offered a little stipend and told on what to do and how to, commit some certain crime just to see that a certain politician wins an election, they buy into it.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And finally, on Friday, our first guest, Mr. Chibike Mbahukwe, spoke on Ekiti gubernatorial election from the observer's perspective, while our second guest, Ifeanyi Nweke, spoke on Peter Mba's professional golf tournament, ENUGU in focus. To take a listen.
The process is viewed. For me, I was in Ekiti. I think I cannot describe it as the best quality, but all I can say that it is a mixed bag. What we don't even expect the highest quality in election conduct because, of course, we've been conducting elections since 1999. What we look out for is the indices that will make election relatively credible, free and fair. And so those are the things we went to observe. And I can tell you that it's still work in progress. It's still a learning curve. We're not there yet, but it's a democracy. We'll continue to push harder to make sure that our elections become free and fair. But Ekiti was, it was a mixed bag, like I said. We saw some positives, we saw some negatives. But at the end of the day, all the stakeholders would have learned their lesson And talking about learning lessons, we haven't really learned enough of it. We're also worried that it's still coming on the heels of the 2027 election. We expect, something very positive that did not come to pass. But we will continue to evaluate the process, continue to ensure that the Electoral Commission will learn a lot of lessons that will lead us into the 2027 election.
All right, you've mentioned that, it was a mixed bag, some positives and some negatives, but could you give us a bit more detail and tell us exactly what the things were that you observed in these elections, both positively and negatively?
Okay, so we witness. We like to speak from the point of setting up the election day activities to the rounding off of the elections, which is the process itself that took place within the polling units. Also look at the political environment, the landscape, to see also the conduct of voters themselves, stakeholders, all those who have a role to play in the election. We'll also watch out on how the contestants actually comport themselves. Beginning from the landscape, the electoral environment, I can tell you that the Ekiti environment was relatively peaceful. The election was conducted under a very serene environment. There wasn't incidences per se. Then talking about polling unit-based observation, of course, the Electoral Commission deploys to every polling unit in Ekiti. We want to see how early did they set up, how did they handle the activities in the PUs. I can also tell you that in some cases, you see people who set up early enough so that voting will also get ahead. And you'll notice selected incidents where setting up took a lot of time. And once the setup takes some time, it means that going forward, the other aspect of the process will also be affected. So we observed there are a few places that setup took time to commence. And there are also some areas where even observer and electorates, the voters themselves, were getting agitated because they were yet to see INEC officials. That wasn't widespread, just in a few isolated areas. We're talking about turnout, which is also very important. If you look at the polling units, it looks like the turnout is promising. But if you also check it against the backdrop of a number of voters that were allotted to vote per PU, you will realize that the turnout was really poor. Of course, we all know the number of Ekiti people that decided that election, much less than the number expected. And so turnout wasn't that good, showing us that people are still not, convinced on why they should continue to vote. A lot more people think their votes will not count. We also observed that stakeholders, particularly the security personnel, they were widespread all over everywhere. They conducted themselves professionally. Like I said, there wasn't incidents. There weren't incidents that is worth mentioning. We also know that our elections have been characterized by transactions and vote trading and buying. Yes, that also was observed in some parts of the state. What was glaring to me personally was that I didn't see EFCC personnel. Those are the people who have the responsibility to also monitor transactions, arrest or prosecute those who engage in vote trading and buying. But it was reported that they were seen in some parts of the state. We expect them to be all over because vote trading and buying is becoming a trademark for our elections.
Well, that was quite an extensive one. But from your observation, what would you say stood out for you particularly about how the election panned out?
Okay, so yeah, we also observed some highs and lows, like I said. One of the high points that we think was very positive is the fact that we observed INEC personnel from Abuja, whom I think are actually backup personnel that were on hand to respond to issues that require their attention. For instance, where a few places we observed that beavers were malfunctioning, I also noticed that this personnel responded, in a timely fashion to get things underway. We also noted some places where it looks like the ad hoc staff were badly trained, or they were not really, didn't really understand what they are supposed to do with the beavers and all of that. We also call attention, and these same people responded. So those two incidents I noticed could mean that we had enough of INEC-based, monitors who were there purposely to make sure that any hitches will be taken care of. For me, that was a good, that was very innovative for me. And so we consider that as a positive. Another thing we noticed as a positive is the fact that we didn't observe the usual militarization of our electoral environment. Yes, we saw the police, the civil defense, and a few other sister agencies, but we didn't see the military particularly. And I know there have been instances where military are deployed. We will always continue to maintain that there is absolutely no need why our military people should be involved in our elections. So that for me too was also a positive. And then the fact that if the people were, those who were willing to vote, exercise their franchise, enthusiastically, but the gap there was that many people didn't vote in that election. And again, there were some negatives we saw, which we didn't particularly observe, but they also helped to shape the election, whether negatively or positively. Those are some of the viral videos we were seeing.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Once, even the older ones too, it's a training process to give them some orientation and training how to play golf. And most importantly, the gains behind golfing, which is one is discipline, two is character building, also patience, and then leadership. So there are a lot of qualities that is attributable to golf and the players too. So when you see how disciplined golfers are, then you will understand the kind of game it is. So there is an academy that is intended to come up for the younger ones so that we can get them earlier, so that in the very near future we will have professionals and other things from there.
And among you were mentioning some of the characteristics of golf being a very serious sport, requires a lot of dedication, but another characteristic of it is being seen as an exclusive elite sport. Why do many Nigerians or many people see golf as, most people attribute it to a sport for only the wealthy, elite people? What's your own idea of that, particularly for young people who feel that they might not fit in to that idea of the kind of game golf is?
Yeah, it is an elitist game, yes, no doubt. But then, every sport has its own components. Maybe people see it as an elitist and rich players game because of the things involved. Unlike there are some sports when you just get up, you can walk into any of the sports and start playing or training. But this one, there are certain things you need to get, certain height you need to attain for you to first of all begin to play the game of golf. And the process of training or learning the game of golf, the equipment, that is what you're required to have. It could be why people say it's an elitist something because of the maybe the cost of acquiring such kits and all of that. So I think it's a game for everybody, depending on how you want to do it. That's it.
Okay, so what are the plans already, for in ENUGU Sports Club for this tournament? How is it going to be like? What's the the program? What's going to take place, and how is it going to go?
Okay, yeah, it's a week-long activity in Enugu, and it's been a busy week from Monday. Prior to that, the pre-arrangement period and all of that. Monday there was a press conference where the tournament was showcased to the media and other guests. Then we have the arrival of the pros, that's the professionals. The professionals came earlier normally, and they played for 2 days. We had professionals play for 2 days, after which we have the caddies, we have the caddies are playing, like today, the caddies are playing today. Super veterans also playing. Then after which, tomorrow is Saturday, the climax of the game, where the amateurs, you see the difference between the pros and amateurs. So tomorrow you see the amateurs play for the prizes, and so after tomorrow's game, then there will be a gala night or kind of award night, prizes for winners and their participants. In every sport, yes, you must have a winner, but everybody's a winner. The most important thing is participating, and the spirit of participation, spirit of sportsmanship is key. So, but some people will be distinguished from the others, as to say, maybe you played this way or that way. But everybody that participates or participated in the game is a winner.
So far, what are the challenges that you would say are involved in this, and how would you say that they could be done better for another tournament?
Yeah, and the first and the major thing there is the competition was underrated in terms of preparation, and you see, golf is an expensive game to play and also to organize a tournament. It is very, very high profile game. And when you look at the profile nature of the golf, then its tournaments, the preparation for the tournament is also very expensive. A lot of expectations come there. But in this is a maiden edition. This is the first time where we're getting this on board. You need to work on the fairway. You need to get everything right in terms of the fairway and all of that, all the components that makes it work. So this we underrated this maiden edition, and we hope if there is an opportunity again to do the second one. We have seen where we lacked in terms of preparation and in terms of funding and all of that. I think going forward, we need to prepare more adequately than we have done in this. But nevertheless, we thank His grace and thank God and thank His Excellency for the support. And other supporters and sponsors who also contributed one way or the other to make this a very big success. We have really tried in terms of availability of resources and also the management of the preparation. But I think as we go forward, we continue to improve. By the next one, I think it will be much, much better than this. And that is life. When you're at a level, your prayer is to go from that one level to the other, higher spirits. So it's a good experience and it's a good exposure. The visibility is also there, and we have really exposed ENUGU State to people, visitors, the participants, and all of that came into ENUGU within this period. We have exposed.
Now, this is where we draw the curtains on today's show. Thank you so much for staying with us up until now. Don't forget that you can catch up on all our conversations across all socials, YouTube, Facebook at Signature TV Official. And don't forget to subscribe. And also, we are also live 247 on SLTV channel 265 and across all free-to-air channels. I've been your host, Chigichi Agorom, and from all of us at Signature TV, ENUGU Studios is goodbye and God bless.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus
Hello, friends. Good to see you today. It's a very beautiful day that the Lord has made. We'll rejoice and be glad in it. I gladly welcome you to today's show on Gospel Lounge. It's going to be a very wonderful show. We have a lot for you today. So please gather your friends, family members, and everyone that is around you. Let's just enjoy the show together today. Anytime we want to give God praise is a very powerful thing. So together, let's just sing one song in worship to God. As always, I have my friend in the studio with me playing the keyboard. Akachuku, it's good to have you. Thank you so much for coming today. All right, let's just sing and give God all the glory. Thanks, thanks. We give you thanks for all you have done in our lives. We are so blessed. Our souls are found rest. Oh Lord, we give you thanks. Oh, join us, sing thanks, thanks. We give you thanks for all you have done in our lives. We are so blessed. Our souls are found rest. Praise God. We give you thanks. Oh Lord, for all you have done for us. Hallelujah. We are grateful. Oh Lord, for all you've done, for all you have done for us. Hallelujah, we are grateful. Oh Lord, one more time. For all you've done, for all you have done for us. Hallelujah, we are grateful. Oh dear Lord, we thank you for all that you have done for us, for all the good things you have done for us. We can't pay for it, but we say thank you, thank you, thank you. Amen. Friends, the Word of God is powerful and is greatly inspiring. When it is acknowledged and practiced, its results are so incredible. So please open up your heart and receive God's Word through His servant. I will be right back to pray with you.
I'd like to dedicate this homily to my beloved niece, Natasha Ilo, who drowned in the family pool in 2016. And to Sylvia Shinaba, a great woman, one of the most remarkable women I ever knew, a senior advocate of Nigeria, a woman of faith, a champion for human rights, someone who showed through her life that faith matters. And Sylvia died while trying to rescue a staff on Christmas Eve, that she took her staff to the beach of the Atlantic in Lagos called Bar Beach. And one of her staff, who didn't know how to swim, was being washed away by the ocean. Sylvia, not counting anything, not holding back, went trying to rescue this woman, and both of them drowned in the Atlantic. I'd like to dedicate this homily to the memory of Sylvia and Natasha. How many friends have we lost in the ocean, in the lakes, in the pools? And the question that I have always asked, and I think a lot of my family members, why didn't Jesus save my niece? Where was God when this remarkable woman, Sylvia, went to save the life of another and died in the process? Brothers and sisters, we see in the Gospel of Mark, chapter 4, that we read today, Jesus calming the storm. And we ask ourselves the question, now, Jesus is Lord. He knows everything. He even knew in advance that there will be the storm in the waters. Why did he allow his disciples then to sail when he knew that the water will be stormy? That's the kind of question that most of us ask when tragedy strikes in our families, in our friendship circle, or in people that we know. We ask, why didn't God prevent that from happening? I think we find the answer in the gospel today. The Lord says, I am always with you. Jesus was with his disciples. He was in that boat. He was in that traveling company. But he was sleeping. There is nothing that happens in our lives without God's permission. We might think that life is tossing us up and down, that the storms of life have come mightily against us, to drown us, to destroy us. But so true are the words of the psalmist, be still, my soul. Be still and know that I am God. We ask the question, why didn't the disciples who have seen the powers of Jesus, his miraculous power, his casting out demons, raising the dead, curing the sick, multiplying bread, why didn't they know and believe? Why didn't they have the faith that Jesus was with them? And nothing will happen to them without God's permission. And even if God allows it to happen, that God will glorify God's self through whatever bad things that happen in our lives. Why didn't his disciples have faith? The Lord says, you men of little faith, why are you afraid? Just like we heard in the first reading. God says to Job, where were you when I made the earth and everything? When I organized the water, when I made the mountains, where were you? I would say to each and every one of us, when God knit you together in your mother's womb, why are you afraid? The gospel today ends with his disciples asking that Christological question. Who then is this? Even the wind and the storms obey him. Recognize the one who is with you. For he promised us, I am with you always, not sometimes, always, even till the end of time. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Even if I walk in the valley of death, I shall fear no evil, for you are there always with us, my God.
All right. So good to have you back from that time of reflection. What a great word. I hope your heart is blessed already. Okay, today I have a wonderful personality in the studio. I'm going to be discussing something very crucial. The role of women in leadership is so critical. The world we live in today has, over the years, seen women in particular light, especially when it comes to leadership. They think it's gender-based and that in favor of the male gender. However, in the beginning, God made them male and female, releasing them to a dominion mandate. Today, we ask why and what have we done with the women in the circles of leadership. To discuss this topic with me is a passionate woman who have served in several capacities in advocacy to women inclusion in leadership. Nena Nozie is an accomplished professional with 17 years of experience as a legal practitioner. She's currently the president of Nena Anozie Foundation, a charity organization she founded for the indigent in the society. She is the National Director of Programs, League of Women Voters of Nigeria, National Advisor Omuade Igbo in Nigeria and in diaspora, among several others, where she manages a wide range of responsibilities and obligations. She is currently the National Financial Secretary, African Women Lawyers Association, AWLA, member of International Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA, Associate Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators, and member Nigerian Bar Association, Oji River Branch, Enugu State, amongst many others. There's a whole lot to say about this great woman. But today, friends, I want you to help me make welcome Barrister Nena Nozie.
Thank you so much, Victor, for having me.
Good to see you.
It's a pleasure being here. Really.
Thank you so much. You're looking so good.
Oh, great.
In spite of all the stress of the work
goodness.
and everything.
We thank God. It's God's doing.
Wow.
You're not looking bad yourself.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to express my joy for having you here because, you see, it's been a tussle. Bringing women into leadership is a very critical one. But in a nutshell, I want you to help us understand why we should have women in leadership.
Thank you so much. I think you've even started answering the question from your intro when you said that God made them male and female.
All right.
And if you go some other place in the Bible, you see where God says it's not good for a man to be alone. Though we usually quote that Bible passage during marriage, that it's not good for a man to be alone. But if you bring it to what I believe God wants, it shows that women are supposed to be part of whatever is happening in this world that God has created.
Yeah.
Why do I say so? If you look at the book of Genesis, where you got your intro from, where God gave them that dominion mandate, the Bible says that God made them male and female, and He gave them that mandate: go into the world, multiply, be fruitful, have dominion. And what is that dominion? Dominion is leadership. Dominion is authority.
Yeah.
So when a man leaves the woman aside and begins to lead alone, there's that gap, and there can never be success. And bring it to our country, Nigeria. Look at how every year we keep complaining. Every election year we say, oh, this man will do wonders. Because in Nigeria, we've never had a female president.
Yeah.
In fact, we've never had a female governor. The one we had in Anambra the other time wasn't that she contested and won. It was as a result of some political crisis that made her to just step into that position for a few months. Okay, so we've not had any woman in Nigeria contest as a president and win, or as a governor. In 2019, where I was privileged to also contest for governorship of Enugu State, the statistics had it that over 70 women contested in 25 states. None of us emerged. And that is because we belong to a society, to a climb that has not seen the need for women inclusion. Why do we need to include women? It is not good for men to do it alone. You can't do all the thinking. Before I came into here, we went to visit, there's a program we are planning, and we visited a male ENUGU. Then we visited another female. And by the time we compared what we got from the man and what we got from the woman, they all testified. I was the only woman amongst the men that went for that visit. Wow. And they testified that the value they got from the woman was far more than what they got from the man. I say, have you seen why we will keep suffering until we learn to bring women on board? So they will bring their talents, they will bring their skills. There are inherent skills that God has deposited in women. They know how to manage. They're better managers, whether at home or anywhere you put them. Okay. They are good in economizing the little we have. All right. So, but men, that's why I said, but they do it together. I'm not canvassing or advocating for only women to be there. Let men and women be, included in leadership, because they are bringing their natural talents that God has given them. Yeah. That talents that makes them to run the home. Even when the man is the head of the home, you still see that it is the woman who runs the home. Okay. She determines what we cook. She determines what even everybody in the home wears, including the husband. She determines, and when a woman goes to a function, for instance, and she's given a portion of something, you see her thinking home. A man can sit down there with friends, eat, drink, and even give to others. But the woman is thinking home. And when she brings, I usually want to say it in Igbo, now, okay, one in a runo. That is to say, the woman's portion gets to the grassroots. It gets to the home. These are reasons you should bring these women on board, because they will know how to harness whatever thing we have as a nation.
Let me come in here. You see, now, with all these things that you are saying that the women bring to, let me use the word, the table, as far as leadership is concerned, what actually are the factors that tilted this very function of leadership in favor of the men? Especially now, let's use our country, or maybe the African context. Yes. Why is it that leadership tilted towards the men and not the women?
Thank you so much. In Africa, we believe so much in patriarchy. Okay. We are so entrenched in patriarchy. Starting from the home, when a child is born, and they say, hey, what did she give birth to? When they say, she gave birth to a boy, what you hear is, wow, thank God. Yeah. But immediately you hear, she gave birth to a female child, a girl child. Hey, yeah, you hear, hey, yeah. No problem. Another one is coming. As though the girl child is not a child. And then when a woman gives birth to a female child, the first one, second one, female child, that woman has lost it, because the fellow women will talk down on her. The male folk will talk down on her. It will look like, so it starts from the home. They give male child so much attention, so much value. And you remember it's even played out in the Bible when Moses was sharing the inheritance. He shared it to everybody, excluding a particular family that gave birth to only the female. And I thank God that those women didn't keep quiet, just like we are not keeping quiet now. Yeah. The woman didn't keep quiet. They went to Moses and said, please, what has our father done that is not entitled? Is it because he just gave birth to women? Are we not human beings? And Moses was like, this kind of thing has never happened in Israel. Let me ask God. And when he inquired of God, God said, answer them. Give them their inheritance. So we live in a patriarchal society where there's this thing I call sociocultural norms, where women are assigned some roles, you know, you have a male child, you have a female child, it is the male child you tell, you can go out in the evening, no problem. But once it's 6 o'clock, you are telling your girl child, come home. It's only the girl child that will tell, go to the kitchen. Why the male child will go to maybe farm and all of that. So that way, you're already empowering the male child to, you know, believe that he is the head, he is the leader, he is the one that should fend for the family, while the girl child should be. Even our parents did all of this unknowingly, ignorantly. When we're being trained, growing up, they are training you to be a woman and a wife. Don't you know you are going to marry? So nobody was training a girl child to be a leader. So some of these women you see that just woke up one day and started leading and, you know, coming out. Some of them are seen, they were resisted. Some of them were resisted, even from with their husbands, their siblings. They were like, you can't go into this. When I ventured into politics, a lot of people even tried to discourage me. Don't you know his male domain? Why do you want to go there? Can you stand the heat? Can you stand the violence? Can you stand all of those things? So we believe so much, we are so much entrenched in patriarchy. And as long as that keeps happening in Nigeria, you can't see that in other more civilized countries, where some of these are people, the traditional rulers, religious leaders, and all the societal people who have believed so much in this patriarchy, they travel abroad and they see that these things are just social constructs. That is something we constructed by ourselves as a continent, talking about Africa, and as a country, talking about Nigeria. Then if you even bring it down to the Igbos, we are deeply entrenched. They will tell you a woman cannot break kola nuts. So if I come with my little son that is just 15 years to a place, they will prefer to honor that my child, that my male child.
But is that not upholding our culture?
That is what we are saying. When that culture is discriminatory, even against our constitution, you shouldn't discriminate against anybody on this basis of gender. Why would you prefer a male child to a female child just because it's your culture? Any culture that is obnoxious, that is repugnant to natural justice, equity, and good conscience cannot thrive. And such people who uphold such cultures should be called to order.
Okay.
You understand? So it doesn't matter that that's why I said there are sociocultural norms. Over the years, we have believed it. You know that before now, we don't have even female chiefs and all of that. The women are not included in the cabinet, in the Igwe's cabinet. But recently, we have some of these, our traditional rulers are beginning to come to terms with modern realities. They now bring women, and some of them have testified that since women, began to be included in their cabinets, they are seeing a lot of changes. The advice they bring, the information they bring, the solutions they bring. All right. So that is it.
So now, before we go on a short break, I want to quickly get your thoughts on this. Now, making a case for the male folk. Decision making is a very crucial part of leadership. And when you look at the makeup of the male and the female now, it's as if the male folk are very strong in making some strong decisions. And that is why a lot of people see it as an edge they have against the female folk. So what's your take on this?
I always tell people, see, the only difference between a man and a woman is their genetic makeup.
Okay.
A man can be emotional because sometimes they say, women, you are too emotional. You cannot take decisions. It's a lie. Look at Germany, for instance.
Okay.
Was it not a woman that was the chancellor of that place?
Yeah.
Was Germany not doing fine? We talk about Queen of England. We talk about Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. You know how poverty-stricken what was that their country was, and this woman came on board and they salvaged the situation. And so many other countries. I was in Tanzania this January, and the woman is the president there. And you needed to go to that country. Some of these countries in Africa that we say we are giant of, they are already far away from us. Far in terms of, I was in Rwanda too, and I saw Paul Kagame, the president, have a lot of women in the cabinet, a lot of women in the legislators. And they are doing so fine. Remember that they came out from what is it called? what is it now?
The ECOWAS.
No, they came up from war.
Okay,
they were victims of war and all of that. But they came together, included the youth, included the women, and genocide, yes.
Yeah.
And everybody came together to be part of leadership. And that is why these countries that I'm mentioning, they are doing fine. I'm not saying somebody told me. I visited, I inquired, I made research. I love to research.
Yeah.
And I see these people are doing well. And that's why we are in Nigeria shouting and praying, lobbying, doing all manner of things just to see that our people can come. We have even brought up some gender bills, though they threw it out, the Ninth Assembly threw it out. But we are still pushing so that we can have a proper and a balanced society. Emotions or your genetical makeup does not make you a better leader. That you are a man does not make you a better leader.
Yeah.
What makes you a better leader is your experience. And a man can be experienced, a woman can be experienced.
Yeah.
What you can give, your character, your attitude, your dispositions. It's not about, and you know, in Nigeria, for instance, they will tell men, something happens to you and you want to cry. And they say, why do you want to cry? Be a man. You can show emotions. You're a human being,
Yes, yes.
So that a woman shows emotions doesn't make her less of a leader. She can lead from that her even soft spots. So it doesn't mean, I've seen a lot of even organizations and departments where women are leaders, and they're doing so well. So it has nothing to do with being strong or not being strong.
Wow, it has nothing to do whether you are strong or not. The difference between a male folk and a female is just their genetic compositions.
Yes.
We'll be right back after this short break. You're welcome back. This is Gospel Lounge, and I'm still here with Barrister Nena Nozie discussing the role of women in leadership. It's been an interesting discussion. Now, I want us to narrow this thing down in the Nigerian context. I want us to get close to the religious circle this time, whether they are Christians or Muslims, all right? With due respect to the Muslim, the Islamic circles and all that, we may not really know their mode of oppression. Even in the Christian circle, there are several portions in the Bible when you read and all that, and they try to drive a particular idea as it has to do with women in leadership. At some point, they say women should just keep quiet and just learn. And you see, even in some places where women had to take bold steps to lead men into war and all that. Where I'm driving this thing is, what can the religious circle do to make sure we have a balance, bringing the women into leadership and getting a better result?
Thank you so much. Because this is really a disturbing scenario. I go to some churches and I see the pastors, that's the, when we say pastors now, the male worshippers, the pastors, you see them on the front row and their wives who sit at the back.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Then you've come to there's this thing I call tokenism.
Yeah.
They will just say, okay, let's give them, they will lead women. Maybe they'll say, these ones are sisters, they lead women. You can't see them having the same obligation or playing the same roles with the men. So men, you cannot lead. As a woman, you cannot lead the men. Okay, so I think this is a very huge gap and a misunderstanding from the intent of God when he was creating man. He started, when you want to know the intention of God, go to the book of Genesis where we started. From that book of creation, he made them male and female. and he wanted them. In fact, when I was reading that book of Genesis, from chapter 3, I found out that it was even a curse for a man to lead the woman. God never intended it to be so. It was when they committed sin that when God was now pronouncing curses on Eve, he said, your husband, your desire shall be for your husband, and he will rule over you. Go and read it. I think Genesis 3:16 or thereabouts. Your desire shall be for him, and he will rule over you. And now we are saying we are no longer under that curse where, some of those curses or all of those curses are still functional and operational in us. So if the religious leaders can understand it that way, that first of all, God wants these two genders to be together and work together. You will not segregate. You will not discriminate against them. You won't say, pastor, you can't be a pastor. You can't be ordained a bishop because you're a woman. Leadership, whether in the spiritual aspect or in the common, general, does not have anything to do with your gender. If you read that same Bible they are reading, I think in Galatians also, it says we are all equal before God.
Yeah.
There's no, and we address ourselves as Christians. I wouldn't know much about Muslim, Islamic religion, but in Christendom, we address ourselves as the bride of Christ. That is to say, we are all wives of Jesus, and that he's coming to marry us. Is Jesus going to marry his fellow gender, assuming he's a man? So it shows that we are all the same before God. We are all equal before God. God could speak to a woman. God could speak to a man. So if you understand it that way, it will help reshaping our mindset, because our mindsets have been so dominated by doctrines of old, by our social construct. I keep saying it is a social construct because over there we've seen women thrive religiously in different positions. All right? We've had, and then some of them, the arguments they make, they say Jesus never called any female disciple. But that is not true, because a lot of women also followed Jesus.
That's right.
You understand? They followed him. They walked with him. He recognized them. The same thing with other apostles. They recognized these women. They said, please greet them. These people walked with me. They walked with Jesus. So if you understand it that way, you will try to bridge this gap. Women can be leaders in the church. Men can be anybody that is more filled, or whatever criteria you use in appointing people into leadership positions in your religious circle, whether in Islamic religion or Christian. Please don't look at gender. Look at who is most suitable. Look at who can deliver. And that is how God works. Anybody. When Peter was talking, if you go to the book of Acts chapter 10, when he was asked to go to Cornelius, he said, no, I can't. But by the time he was coming and saw that the Spirit of God, that God himself has visited this man, he said, now I know that God is no respecter of persons.
Wow. A lot is coming out from this, and I know you are enjoying and learning what is being said today. I have a problem, and it worries me, because just like you've been saying about our social construct and all that, I believe that a lot of things have their place as it has to do with our continent, our culture, and all that. And then we have seen a bit of the religious circle. I know also the Islamic circle, they have their own leadership pattern and all that, and the way they include their women and a lot of things. But now, generally, we have a platform that holds every one of us, which we can call the political circle, whether you're a Christian or you're a Muslim, wherever you are coming from. And I know quite well that your foundation is doing a lot, all right, to see how we can include women into this thing. Now, let's take a balance. This purple concept, all about emancipating women and empowering them, has caused a big problem.
Okay.
I'm not making any case for anybody, all right, but from observations and effects, we've seen women come with this idea that what men can do, women can also do better. And unconsciously, I would say is bringing up a negative energy that this time around is not the women complimenting the men. It has become a competition. We need a balance. So how are we supposed to get this balance?
Yes, I agree with you that we need a balance. But you know, when somebody has been deprived for so long, you are hungry, you've been deprived. And just like the way we are now pushing for this gender equality bill and all of that, because we are far, if you check the statistics, Nigeria is lagging so behind.
Yeah.
We are far away from even other smaller countries of Africa when it comes to women political participation. Do you understand? We are still thinking like villagers, ndi obodo.
Right.
Villagers. When it comes, because if you say, man, I was somewhere in one business center, and no, a woman can never. I say, for what? Why won't a woman lead this country? So when women are now angry, we have been so deprived. We have been so denied of what we are supposed to be enjoying together. So you see us feeling, you don't think it's like a competition. And that has been the fear of men. They will tell you they feel threatened by a woman coming on board to rub shoulder. No, it's not it. We are not coming to rub shoulder. We are saying, let there be a fair playing ground.
Yeah.
If you have a job opportunity, play it like this. Like when I attended law school, we had what we call bar finals exam. We wrote exams.
Yeah.
And in all of Nigeria, a woman was the overall best. A woman.
Wow.
A young lady. She was the overall best. So imagine now that you want to a kind of appoint an attorney general of a state, for instance.
Yeah.
And you bring this girl who was the overall best in law in Nigeria. And you bring some other person who just got a pass. And you say, I know you are intelligent. You know this, but because you're a woman. So that is where it is. So let whoever the cap fits wear it.
All right.
We are not saying remove men. We cannot. We want to work. We have a women anthem that we say, side by side in true equality. We want to work with men side by side. And God was not mistaken when he created a woman from the ribs. He would have created from the front so that women would be in the front, or from the back so that we'll be at the back. But he created us from the side so that when we are going, we walk. You see, when people are getting married, they walk
side by
Nobody leads the other.
Yeah.
So that notion that says behind every successful man there's a woman behind.
So it should be beside.
Beside, side by side, working together. So let them not feel threatened.
Yeah.
Let them not feel, if you even want to know a man, if I want to know you, I look at your wife. If the way you are dressed looking so handsome and your wife is dressed shattered, I don't honor you.
Okay.
You understand? So the same thing applies to a country. Come to a country, how do they treat their women and their children? How do you treat your women and your children?
Yeah.
That is what will show how robust, how rich that country is. So for as long as women are relegated to the background, the country can move forward because these women have something to offer. You don't become bereft of reasoning and all of that because you're a woman.
Yeah.
A gender doesn't make you bereft of responsibility and reasoning. I don't know if you get me. But we still, as long as we still carry that mindset that, women, that is doing like this, how can she lead us? But some of them work in an establishment owned by women, and they answer them, madam. They don't bully you. They don't harass you. They love you. They are mothers. God has created us that way to nurture. We nurture whatever we meet on ground. We nurture it. Give a woman a small thing, she will magnify it.
Yeah.
In this present economy, give a woman small money, she will go to market and she will know how to pick. But a man can't survive. One day, my husband was coming home and bought some things. I said, hey, sweetheart, is this what you people see? I was even ashamed to price because which one, if I price that one, they will say, I will say, yeah? I said, but that's what we have been seeing. But every day there's food on your table.
Yeah.
We manage it. We will know how to mix obon and okra. Everything will come out fine. So bring women on board. Don't feel threatened. Don't feel that they are rubbing shoulders with you. We are saying equality. The way God created us together and say, do this together, have dominion together. That is it. We are not saying that the same way we have some women who are not that good, it's the same way we have men who are not that good. Some of us who ventured into politics, when you see a woman into politics, they will begin to dig deep. Is that woman living with the husband? Is she not a divorcee? Is she not a harlot? Is she not this? But when a man comes on board, nobody asks such questions. That is bad. That is gender-based violence. You cannot continue to bully women with those kind of mindsets that because they are women, they are rubbing shoulder with you. They can be terrible. Because of course, what a man can do, a woman can do it. The only difference is their biological makeup. That is it.
Oh my. There's a whole lot to talk about, and I believe you are getting some things from this wonderful discussion. Before I let my friend go today, let's just have some clips of her jobs, engaging the women and training them to become better leaders tomorrow. We'll be right back.
A man, a boy, does not mean you should bully this woman because he's a girl. And because you're a boy, does not mean you should not learn how to cook. Cooking and domestic chores are not gender-based. It's just that in this our society we stereotype it and say, why can they see me? Even when she wants to be a footballer, a woman wants to be a footballer, she doesn't have time for, home things, domestic chores. She wants to be out there. You are dragging her, take mine, come here. Do you know that is an abuse? Because you are abusing her right to be what she wants to be. Do you get it? So you have to invest in knowledge as well. Because if you don't know that this thing you are doing is an abuse, you keep doing it. And that is why some of us have lost our children, some have lost friendship. You talk to somebody somehow. Maybe by the time when you will be teaching us from the violence against persons prohibition law, you will see a lot of different types of abuse, violence, emotional abuse. You just talk to somebody somehow, that person there's a person will be dying and you say, I've not done anything to anybody. Is it because of that thing I said? The lady just told me this morning in the office that some church people, not church, all these prayer houses, and they told the husband that why she has not given birth is because she's not submissive. That, because the lady is a very big woman, lawyer, doing very well in her career. And they told the man that, you see, this is your wife, very influential. And by the time she becomes influential, she will throw you away. Do you understand? And this girl came sopping. The husband just told, get medicine, but she has already started feeling disturbed. That was why she was telling me. Do you understand? Because if this woman now does anything, maybe the husband says, before the fake prophecy, maybe before now you say, but I don't like that thing. The child is still again, if she does it now, the man will say, are you sure it's not?
You're welcome back. Still Gospel Lounge here on Signature TV. I hope you saw one or two things from the works of my guest today. I just want to take this last question and then I let you go. One, are there offices that are meant for the male or the female? I want us to be very, very clear on this. I know, I know you didn't see this coming, but I want you to do justice to it.
It's just like asking, are there courses in the university or in the school meant for women? In all the courses now in Nigeria, you find women there.
Yeah.
We have women pilots, we have women engineers.
You see, why I'm asking this is because we know that we have different makeups,
capacities, physical energy.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, driving it down to that physical energy now. Are there offices you will say, okay, let's leave this for the male folk?
There's none, my brother. There's none.
None.
We have female mechanics. Female mechanics. We have women who drive trucks. I mean, we have women soldiers.
Yeah.
We have women engineers. So which field? We have women pilots.
Yeah.
So all of those male-dominated spaces before now that, out of fear and ignorance, women shy away from. We have women politicians. Because it's a hard one. For you to be a politician in Nigeria is a hard one. So we have women in all of these spaces. So there's no particular job that should be assigned to the women, to the men alone rather. women can thrive in, we have women drivers, they drive all manner of cars you can think of. So there's no job. Even that physical strength they're talking about, don't you know that I've had a case, we fight for women, but we also work for men. Yeah. A man has come to me to say, I don't want to live with this woman alone. She beats me.
Wow.
Some women, their wives beat them, but they can't talk. Because either they are ashamed or something. Maybe that will be discussion for when we talk about gender-based violence. It affects even the men too. So this woman has physical power. She beats the man. The man before the woman will talk, on the floor.
My God.
So if it's about physical strength, it is also not gender-based. When it comes to domestic chores, it's not gender-based. Anybody can be a chef. A woman can cook, a man can cook. So let us deconstruct these things in our mind and change our mindset so that we can have a better balanced society where both the male and the female work together in bringing unity and development in our country, Nigeria, and even in the religious circle.
Thank you so much. Just in 1 minute, I want you to tell our friends out there, especially the female folk, just to encourage them to understand that no matter what they see, they should get themselves prepared for what is coming.
Yes, so I want to encourage you, every woman out there, you are strong, you are made for more. God has created you, giving you dominion. So don't let anybody relegate you to the background. Not even marriage is supposed to stop you. Not anything. Giving birth shouldn't stop you. You are to keep pushing. Don't remain at the floor where these men have kept you, or society has kept you, or the culture has kept you. You can do better than you are doing. And let's support ourselves to make this world a better place for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming to Gospel Lounge today. I am so blessed.
Thank you for having me.
Listen, I'm going to call you up again because I want to make this an ongoing conversation.
That will be
so
fine.
that we can educate our people out there. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Leadership did not start today. It began in the Garden of Eden at creation. Man, quote unquote, this time, the male and the female, was given the mandate of dominion. All right? The women expresses a significant image to leadership. They are wives, they are mothers, they are arbiters, like an advocate for equity and fairness. The lack of involvement of women in leadership is not only partial, but anti-God. Train up the girl child, develop the women and include them in leadership for more effective and efficient teamwork, collaboration, and relationship-oriented work environment. I must thank you for allowing us to come to your space today as we discuss this wonderful topic today. Thank you very much, and I'll see you very soon. It's good to have you back. Thank you very much for being with us. This is still Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. I have another guest in the building, and is a very interesting personality. And we are going to be talking about response to hard times. It is no more news that we are in hard times. Economic policies and inflation has affected all facets of our lives. A whole lot of issues have risen to create negative energies in the family, in the workplace, and the nation at large. However, a wise man once said, where there is life, there is hope. In waiting for things to be better, what should be the response of people to hard times, especially the family front? To discuss this topic with me, I have with me a great personality. I have a whole lot to say about her. She's a professional. She's a lecturer with Akanibiam Federal Polytechnic. She's a realtor and many more. Friends, help me make welcome to Gospel Lounge, Dr. Mrs. Nancy Obinna. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being on Gospel Lounge again.
Thank you for having me.
The place where we live and everywhere is very rocky and hard.
Wow.
What are we supposed to do? A lot of people are giving up. A lot of people are so frustrated and depressed. Whether you're a Christian or a Muslim or an atheist, everything around us is really showing us the red line. But what should be our proper response to it?
Wow, indeed, these are challenging times, and almost every family, whether you are low-income earner, high-income earner, medium, however you want to see it, almost every family in this Nigeria is facing through challenging times, especially when it has to do with economy. In fact, everything that has to do with basic needs of a man is at the height of it, is so challenging at this period of time. And we are in the hard times. Things are tough, but I believe that tough people can actually navigate through this economic storm. So it's not a story, it's not a new thing, but we can actually navigate through this economic storm. We can actually navigate through this economic storm because indeed it's not funny. It is not funny. Most families are in a very trying and challenging times, but by God's grace, we can come out from it. It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time with right attitude. You can actually come out from it.
It's a matter of time with the right attitude. And I would like you to, trail us through these right attitudes. You know why I want us to discuss this is because a man ran away from his house. That was 2 weeks ago. What's the problem? The wife wrote a list of what is needed, just to prepare just a little soup and all that. Now, the figures the man was seeing was way beyond what he could afford at the moment. And then he said, excuse me, let me see a friend. And then that was it. They were looking for the man for some hours. He switched off his phone and all that, only to come back in the evening drunk to stupor.
He actually went to cool off.
So, what are these attitudes that we are supposed to exhibit in this time?
Like I said, these are really hard times, and they're inevitable. And our responses to these times can actually make us or even destroy us.
Yeah.
And I think these times that we are in, I think it's an opportunity for us to have a kind of sober reflection. How do I even put it? Okay. Now that things are hard, even to afford the basic needs of life like accommodation, shelter, food. Like now that the rate of inflation is hitting the rooftop. Things are going up higher and higher every day. It's not really a good time, but like I said, we can actually respond positively to that. And every family that can actually manage their expenditure at this time can actually navigate through this economic storm.
Managing the expenditure.
Like, for instance, now that, I mentioned basic necessities of a man, like accommodation. Sometimes, now that you can know the prices or the cost of getting a comfortable accommodation now is nothing to write home about. A family, for instance, a family that stays in a 3-bedroom flat and finds it difficult to actually pay for their rent, and now that the economy is biting so hard, they can actually have a second thought, trying to calm down, and when everything is in order by God's grace, they can go back to how they used to enjoy before. These are some of the ways they can also do it. And maybe coming to food, which is can I say, food is very, very important.
Very basic.
A hungry man is an angry man.
That's right.
A man can be very, very angry. You don't know the cause of the anger. It's because the person is hungry.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so some families, one of the ways they do navigate through this economic storm is, if a family used to enjoy 3 square meals before, now they can decide to cut down you know, and decide to say, okay, we'll do one heavy meal, maybe in the morning, maybe before night, or at night, you can just do light meal so that we can actually meet up.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is also one of the ways you can actually navigate through this hard time.
Yeah.
That one is in terms of food, and it's not easy. Then you can actually find another way, like if trying to, you see, some persons can actually pool resources together, meet some persons, they can come together and buy things in bulk.
Yeah.
They buy things in bulk. That way, it's more, it's less expensive. They can share. That way, they can also have a good number of things that they need in the house or in the homes. Okay, it's another way to actually navigate. Now, maybe coming to maybe education, which is also very, very important. Yes, education. You see, some families, they have their children in some good schools, you know, that they pay heavily, and maybe because of the hard times, they cannot really meet up with the school fees. And instead of trying to put undue or unnecessary pressure on themselves by trying to meet up with the school fees, they can decide to, now that things are not really getting better, we can find a way of trying to, you know, look for a cheaper school to actually enroll our children while we wait for better days to come.
Yeah.
And sometimes those cheaper schools you look at, they might be doing very well.
Yes, of course.
Yes, they might be doing very well, but most times you look at those schools as if they don't have much to offer. We are always carried away with good edifice, you know, beautiful environments, and so on and so forth. And we tend to deny the fact that there are some of them that are actually doing well, but they are not in such level or the place you're looking at them.
Yeah.
So we can actually work on trying to make things work for us and try to reduce unnecessary pressure.
Try
so we
to
can
reduce
actually
unnecessary
navigate
pressure
through this economic storm.
Unnecessary pressure. That thing you know you want to buy and you don't have need of it, you can let it go for now until we pull through this time. All right? Before I let my friend go, I just want to ask one more question. And this time around, let's shift it to the government. What should the government do to help alleviate the pain? You know, create a soft spot and soft landing for people that are really hurting in this time. What can the government do?
Anyway, if you look at the government is not really helping matters, if I may say. The government is supposed to be a backbone to the citizens, but as you can see, they're not really helping matters. Because if they're actually helping matters, there are some of the things they need to do to actually cushion the effects of this economic storm that is ravaging most families this time around. For instance, you can see the cost of fuel.
Yeah.
Very, very high. Very, very high. How do we go about it? It looks as if all the cries of the poor masses are falling on deaf ears. Nothing to be done about it. They keep promising and promising and promising. It's not funny and it's not helping us. And you can see that some industries, they need this fuel to actually run their business, to be able to get money and actually provide for their household. But it's not forthcoming. Look at prices of things. You know, this fuel of a thing, you know, you see, it affects a lot of things.
Yeah.
Transportation, marketers will go to, some of these women will go to the market and come back and they will put their own price and they will tell you, do you know how much I paid even to bring this thing to the market and this and that? And as a result, they will increase the prices and it's not even helping matters. It's not helping matters. The truth is that we are just sustained by the grace of God, because if you think about, if you sit down and count the cost and actually calculate the expenditure and the income that comes in and what you spend, you can even see that it's not even about what you earn.
It's too much.
It's just by the grace of God.
Yes.
We'll keep on banking on the grace of God, because as for the government, they have indeed failed us. But we also call on them to actually help us and come to our aid, because people are suffering.
Yeah.
They are really suffering. Talking about health, some people can be very sick, but they cannot be able to achieve, or they cannot, you know, have what it takes to
For
take
good
themselves
medication.
yes, to the hospital to get treated. And they will stay in the house and be doing some self-medications. And before you know what is happening, the sickness will get worse and the health can get complicated. It's not helping matters. It's not as if they don't want to go to the hospitals. But because when they go, by the time they get the treatment and they tell them the amount to be paid, you see that some of them will be stopped in the hospital. They may not even have money to pay. You see some of them making calls, calling people to come and help them. So it's not funny at all. It's not funny at all. So we call on the government to actually help us and help us cushion the effects.
We call on the government to come and help us and cushion the effects of these hard times. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, I'm going to tell you one or two things that will help us to navigate through these hard times. You're welcome, friends. This is still Gospel Lounge on Signature TV, and I've been talking with my friend Dr. Nancy Obinna, discussing hard times. Hard times are real, and hard people pull through it. Hard times are inevitable, and your response to it either makes or mar you. Hard times are opportunities also to reach out to people and empathize with them. However, the sincerity of the leaders of today are proven in hard times, and that is why we are calling them to come to our aid and cushion these effects. All the same, trust God and believe that better days are ahead of us. Doc, thank you very much for coming to Gospel Lounge today.
Thank you for always having me.
It's been an interesting time with you.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. And my beautiful audience, thank you very much for allowing us to come to you, and thank you for being there for us. Till I come your way next time, be good and have a wonderful life. My name is Victor Chief Judge. From all of us here in Signature TV, bye for now.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Northern Can bishops reject Trump's boast of ending Christian genocide. NDC rejects court order voiding its registration, heads to appeal court. Serbian President Vučić says he will resign within weeks. And Messi becomes the first player to score in 7 consecutive World Cup matches. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Christian Association of Nigeria in the 19 northern states and the Federal Capital Territory, alongside bishops under the aegis of the Ecumenical Synods of Bishops, Archbishops, Apostles, and senior clergy, have dismissed the claim by the United States President Donald Trump that the U.S. military had ended the killing of Christians in Nigeria. The clerics described Trump's claim as misleading, false, and detached from the realities on the ground, warning that it could trivialize the country's persistent security crisis. Trump, during an event in Washington on Friday, said American intervention in Nigeria played a major role in halting attacks allegedly targeted at Christian communities, particularly in areas affected by insurgency and violent extremist activities. Commenting on the claim, the CAN chairman in the 19 northern states and the Federal Capital Territory, Joseph Hayab, faulted Trump's assertion, insisting that Nigerians, not only Christians, were still being killed and abducted across several states. Speaking with newsmen on Saturday, Hayab said only victims of insecurity and Christians in Nigeria could determine whether there had been any meaningful improvement in the security situation, stressing that killings and abductions were still occurring across the country. Hayab urged the U.S. administration to focus on providing practical assistance rather than making what he described as political claims. The Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, has vowed to challenge the recent court ruling affecting the party's registration, expressing confidence that the judgment will be overturned by the Court of Appeal. The party's national vice chairman, South-South, Fred Owotorufa, made the declaration during an interview on a television program, insisting that the ruling was legally flawed and could not be sustained. The NDC chieftain described the judgment as unprecedented, arguing that it was inconsistent with established legal principles.
The court, at the point the court made the judgment in December 2025, it has become functus officio, meaning that assignment completed, nothing more to do. If any party or anyone is not satisfied with that final judgment that the court made in 2025 December, that person had the liberty of appealing against the judgment. It was a judgment that INEC did not appeal against. So there is nothing, and there is no reason for the judge to sit on appeal
in his own court.
In his own court.
According to him, the NDC secured its earlier court judgment through due legal process, rejecting any suggestion that the party obtained the ruling improperly. Owotorufa stated that the party has already assembled a team of lawyers to challenge the ruling at the Court of Appeal, expressing optimism that the appellate court would reverse the decision. His comments come amid the legal battle over the party's registration, with the NDC insisting that it remains committed to pursuing all available legal remedies while continuing preparations for the 2027 general elections. In a related development, African Democratic Congress, ADC, has condemned the ruling of a Lokoja Federal High Court setting aside its earlier judgment recognizing Nigeria Democratic Congress as a political party. The party's National Publicity Secretary, Malam Bolaji Abdullahi, in a statement on Saturday in Abuja, described the court's ruling against NDC as a threat to Nigeria's democracy. The court had on Friday set aside its earlier judgment directing Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to register NDC as a political party. The presiding judge, Justice Issa Dashin, said the earlier judgment affecting the rights of Peace Movement Party, PMP, was not included in the case, despite claiming ownership of the logo used by NDC. Abdullahi, in a statement, however, called for judicial independence and warned against weakening opposition through judicial processes. According to him, opposition parties have faced avoidable internal crises through recurring legal disputes and administrative interventions allegedly designed to weaken democratic competition. While arguing that the matter extended beyond partisan interests, he said that prolonged legal uncertainty could undermine Nigerians' constitutional right to freely choose credible political alternatives. Abdullahi maintained that justice must not only be done, but must also be seen to be done, cautioning against perceptions of partisan judicial interference in politics. He called on opposition parties, civil society organizations, organized labor, the legal community, media practitioners, and Nigerians in general to unite in defending constitutional democracy. President Bola Tinubu has signed the National Identity Management Commission Act 2026 into law. The new act repeals the 2007 legislation, strengthening Nigeria's legal framework for digital identity management, cybersecurity, and national security. Speaking after the signing event at the State House in Abuja, the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunjiojo, said the new law establishes a modern legal framework for identity management in line with global best practices, emerging technologies, and Nigeria's expanding digital economy. The legislation, according to the minister, empowers the Commission to provide secure digital identity, authentication, and electronic trust services, while enabling seamless data exchange across public and private sector institutions. Senate President Godswill Akpabio described the legislation as a landmark reform that would improve national planning, infrastructure development, border management, and security. Akpabio said the National Assembly subjected the bill to extensive legislative scrutiny, including public hearings and international benchmarking before its passage. Funding for the proposed state police will come from excess revenue from oil, mineral resources, and other internally generated revenue. This was disclosed by a member of the Nigerian Senate, Francis Fadunsi, who represents Osun East Senatorial District of Osun State, during a media chat in Abuja. He stated that there would be another law to strengthen the revenue allocation mobilization and fiscal commission for increased revenue generation. The senator maintained that the funding of the state police would be better shared accordingly, instead of putting the burden on the federal government.
We are going to enact another law which will bring a revenue allocation and mobilization commission. The money they are collecting from this oil subsidy, and the money that is coming from oil, and the money that is coming from mineral resources and others, when it is on table, state police will be there. And you know, state police has a lot of another accoutrements. You have a police service commission in the state. You see directors here and there. It's a whole ministry. If you see our own here, then police fund, trust fund, is going to be there. Although the governor may be in charge, but there will be an oversight. Their own commissioner will be commander. Our own is IG. You compare it with what is happening in London and US, you see the intervention of the federal force. You know it's final. So when the governor is using it to kill and to oppress, the way I told you about Osun, automatically the federal government will intervene. That's the IGP. So nobody will just commute or you convert the literate and untrained Amatekun into.
Fadunsi said that the bill, if passed by 24 state assemblies, would engender community policing and reduce crime in the country.
The local government is with APC. And you know the local government, they have small fund. But they have not controlled the locals. That you are still talking of markets and so on. When you look at Schedule 2 of our Constitution, or Schedule 3, you see the powers of local government. Even this local police, the local government has enough role to play because of community policing. Without community policing, you will see that state policing cannot work well. So what we did in essence yesterday is to actualize community policing, which everyone, if you enter my town now, we will say, who is this woman? No matter how big a town is. If you get to Ife today, you park a vehicle, like 1 hour or 2. You see the security, that's the local security, they will stay by your vehicle. Who are you? If you don't have any mission there, they ask you to move. That's community policing. So the level of crime in Ife is a bit lower.
The Nigerian Army has announced a major reshuffle of its senior officers, with changes affecting key operational, command, training, and staff appointments. A statement issued on Saturday by the Acting Director of Army Public Relations, Colonel Apollonia Anele, said the reshuffle is part of efforts to strengthen national security and improve operational effectiveness across the country. Under the new appointments, Major General W.M. Dangana has been named the General Officer commanding 3 Division Nigerian Army and Commander of Joint Task Force Operation Enduring Peace, replacing Major General E.F. Oyinlola. Major General L. Okoro was named the GOC 6th Division and Land Component Commander of Joint Task Force South-South Operation Delta Safe, succeeded Major General E.E. Emeka. The statement also announced the appointment of Major General J.R. Law as Commander, Army Headquarters Garrison, while Brigadier General O.M. Oyekola will serve as Acting Military Secretary, with Brigadier General I. Waziri retained as Chief of Staff in the Office of the Chief of Army Staff. As part of efforts to strengthen operational leadership and combat readiness, Brigadier General I.B. Buhari was appointed Commander of Headquarters 63 Brigade, while Brigadier General K. Rabiu was named Commander of Headquarters 31 Artillery Brigade, with Major General S.A. Emmanuel appointed Commander of the Nigerian Army Space Command, among other deployments. Still to come, Serbian President Vučić says he will resign within weeks. Messi becomes the first player to score in 7 consecutive World Cup matches. Do stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić said on Saturday he would resign within weeks and the country would hold early presidential and parliamentary elections following 18 months of anti-government protests. The announcement by Vučić who has been in power as president or prime minister for 12 years, came amid persistent anti-corruption demonstrations led by students and triggered by the collapse of an awning at a railway station in the northern city of Novi Sad in September 2024, in which 16 people died. Protesters, opposition, and rights groups alleged the railway station disaster was a sign of broader government mismanagement of construction projects and corruption. Vučić said he would help his Serbian Progressive Party, SNS, win the presidential election and the early parliamentary vote, also originally set for 2027.
In a few weeks, I will resign. I told the president and the leadership of the Serbian Progressive Party that in the upcoming elections, if they ask for it and want it, together with you, I will help to gain the people's trust so that we can achieve in the next 4 years all of this that I have been talking about.
He did not specify when he would resign, nor when he would dissolve parliament, a precondition for early parliamentary elections. Vučić is unlikely to depart from the political stage, as his resignation could pave the way for him to become prime minister if his party triumphs in parliamentary elections. That would continue a long trend in which the power in Serbia follows Vučić, regardless of his title. The fairways of the ENUGU Sports Club came alive as golfers battled for honours at the grand finale of the Governor Peter Mbah Professional Amateur Golf Tournament. The event, organised to mark Governor Peter Mbah's 3rd anniversary in office, brought together professional and amateur golfers in a celebration of sportsmanship and excellence. Correspondent Christopher Lele reports that the championship showcased precision, competition, and a renewed drive for golf development in Enugu State.
The final round teed off in impressive fashion as 170 golfers, including 35 professionals, navigated the fairways and greens of the Enugu Sports Club in pursuit of championship owners. Political leaders, golf enthusiasts, and guests from different walks of life gathered to witness the competition and celebrate the sports. Representing Governor Peter Mbah, Deputy Governor Ifeanyi Osai reaffirmed the state government's commitment to partner with the golfing community to promote the game. He described golf as a strategic sport capable of driving tourism, attracting investment, and boosting internally generated revenue in the state.
We are happy to sit down with your team to discuss how we can constructively invest in golf in Enugu, but an investment that will have its own ability to be resilient and sustainable. Because our idea is that we should be able to turn such a lucrative sporting event into a commercial activity as well as a sporting and leisure activity.
Commissioner for Youth and Sports, Lloyd Ikweremadu, noted that golf is now one of the events featured at the National Sports Festival. He called for increased youth participation in the sport, describing it as a platform that offers career opportunities and international exposure beyond recreation.
When the equipment, for example, are available, not that one has to go and procure those golf clubs and the rest, but if you come to the club and they're there, you can have access to them. You know, that reduces the barrier to entry for young people, and they can get involved in it. But the more we actually grow the sport and it begins to generate economic value, more economic value than it is currently, you see that young people want to get involved in it because of the potential of going professional and making a living out of it.
Executive Chairman of the Enugu Sports Club, Barrister Ifeanyi Weke, commended the state government's support towards the transformation of the club. He appealed for further assistance in the provision and maintenance of equipment and facilities at the golf course, while advocating that the Governor Peter Mbah Pro-Am tournament be made an annual event on the state's golfing calendar.
We request the government to support us. Maybe like golf section here, we ask for tractors, lasher, green cutter to enable us work on the greens. Because if the greens are not there, then the golf is not okay. The fairways will not be fine. Then also, we have our boundaries being encroached by some people, individuals, and some of government agents. But we have been assured that the government will fight and make sure they restore it to the way it's supposed to.
Golfers expressed satisfaction with the organization of the tournament, describing it as another milestone in efforts to raise the standard of golf in Enugu State.
All over the federation, women are very active playing golf. In Enugu, they are doing well, but we need them, we need ladies here to be supported, to be more active in golf and golfing. Right here, we don't have people sponsoring us, and we can't do it all alone. This is the first time we are having government presence in the golf course. All along, we've been struggling on our own, and that is not how it should be.
Every senior public officer that comes into this town, into Enugu State, comes to join the club. The governor himself is the president of the club. And then GOC, all of them, any person that comes to the club. So for it to continue sustainably like so, it means that over the years we must have been doing something good. People wanting to move into the club But those who don't relax very well, the first club is the place to go. To criticize yourself, to share fellowship, gain knowledge, and everything else.
The championship climaxed with the presentation of gifts and awards to outstanding performers, bringing the curtain down on a tournament celebrated for sportsmanship, precision, and excellence. With another successful edition concluded, stakeholders believe the sustained investment in grassroots participation will firmly position ENUGU as one of Nigeria's foremost golfing destinations. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
That's a wrap on Global News. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, signs, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Hi, my name is Jolaye, and I am a champion.
Jola Ayoye is a writer, producer, and podcaster who uses her platform to challenge gender norms, shift narratives, and empower audiences to question stereotypes. Before the microphone, there were books. And as founder of The Happy Noisemaker, a book club where both genders convene to read and discuss selected books, Jola has cemented herself in the industry as a force known to speak honestly about topics that affect everyday Nigerians, including about relationships, culture, and the society at large.
I spoke about gender equitable storytelling to a fantastic room of creators, so content creators, screenwriters, filmmakers, journalists. It was pretty cool. So for us, gender equitable storytelling interrogates and also gives something to aspire to. So it's basically how we interpret the world that we see as is, and then what we want people to aspire to. So when you're talking or exchanging ideas with your friends, you have your worldview, and you're talking to someone and they have their own worldview. And a lot of times we get, if you're with someone that you care about and you understand each other, you're able to have a cool discussion and you agree to disagree. But when it comes to gender equitable storytelling, the way I see it is, I want to tell a story about what it is to create in Nigeria. And I could go the regular route where I don't interrogate why people do what they do. So I can say, oh, in Nigeria, these are the things that we constantly, that's even the first question. These are the stories that we tell all the time. Oh, the rich man finds the okay girl and then he loves her so much, he doesn't care. She marries him and she teaches him one thing and he says, okay, there's no problem, and they live happily ever after. We don't interrogate people's backgrounds, we don't interrogate like people's decision making, because we feel the need to wrap everything up in a neat bow. We don't develop like complex characters because we want to see right and wrong, and so you put people into binaries. So it is rich, wicked woman, poor, humble girl. You know, Nigeria, when a lot of us write stories about intelligent people, because they want to emphasize their intelligence, they have no other attributes or characteristics. All they are is smart. So a smart girl is rude and loveless and uninteresting, and a smart man is wicked and doesn't give a damn. And when he enters the office, everybody is shaking. And when he gets home, his wife is lonely. And the lonely wife is nothing else. She's just lonely. You know, the children. So we have very strong, hard lines, and they don't see people as individuals. We distill them down to characteristics, and it's usually societal characteristics. So women are supposed to be a type of way, and anything outside of that is like a rebel. And the rebel either has to learn a lesson or be a champion. You can't be anything in between. Yeah. Right? Because your job as a storyteller, if the world was perfect, would be just right as you see it. But you sometimes have to accept that you actually have a responsibility. And how do you do that to the best of your ability? I think for people that are writers, sometimes it's a bit clearer, or journalists, it can be a bit clearer. But in the world we live in today as content creators, if you like creating food content or lifestyle content or comedy content, does that come in any way, or does that make any sense? One thing I shared at the workshop that nobody really shared with me while I was starting out my content creation journey is actually to write what I know. There is a worry about creating stuff that has never been seen before, be imaginative. But I think the best place to start with is writing what you know. Don't push yourself to try and go way out of the box you are used to. What do you see? What do you observe? What do you know? And when you use that as a foundation, you can then start to create more and more creative, different, unique stories. So out of the conversation, we want to see where people's minds are at, genuinely. So that when we're giving feedback about what we want to create or how we create or how people are thinking about what they create, because they have, everybody has like their own, I don't want to use the word agenda, but that's really what it is. And their anxiety is that to create not anxiety, but their idea is there are many ways to create a fairer world. And one of the ways is how you tell stories. So how does, in the zeitgeist, in popular culture, how do people see the roles of men and women? How do people see what's feasible and what's possible? What's okay in society? What should we be championing?
I think how I'm going to, integrate what I've learned in the gender equity storytelling workshop is that I want to focus on the basic everyday lifestyles of women, in this case, like the things that nobody talks about in the media, their motivations, things that push them to where they are, things that, tell stories, give backgrounds into how they got to where they are.
My favorite part of today's event was the question and answer segment, because everyone just had ideas that they were looking to get some kind of validation for, and also to see how far their visions can go. And the back and forth with the question and answer was very insightful.
Full of takeaways, right? But I think what was reinforced for me is being extremely obsessive, like being in love with the art of what you actually love. Like you would be able to tell great stories and good stories by consuming and like being obsessive and loving the art. Right, that way you get to see things beyond the base level.
For Jola Ayeye, storytelling didn't begin with speaking. It began with listening, reading, and even questioning. Why are women always edited down? Why are their truths softened or silenced? Then she did something radical. She said it out loud. Is it that women talk too much? Or is it that the world just isn't used to hearing us?
Being a champion for me means the opportunity to learn a lot more about how I can improve my storytelling in the most gender equitable manner. I'm learning already that there's more than one way to do that, and there's no actual correct way. It's just you have to keep trying till you get it right. It means I'm able to mix and learn from other creators, from other filmmakers, from other storytellers like myself, and see how we can collaborate to make our work even better. We're currently talking through women empowerment themes, and the theme that we're talking about is showcasing equal access to resources. And so Damila and I were trying to figure out how to showcase what it looks like in an office setting for men and women to have access to resources at the same time. Some of them might be informal after work drinks or after work catch up, and how that might be difficult for a woman to do those things because she has household obligations, and how it's possible for us to switch that narrative or show an office that is cognitive of that. So they are aware that, oh, she might not be able to come for after work drinks, but you know what we're doing on the weekend, or making more of an effort to include her in those things. Yeah. The hyper competent provider, hyper provider. So that's the beginning and end of the person's character. There's nothing else. You know, they show them as this busy, hardworking person, doesn't listen to anybody, doesn't talk to anybody. Usually, the moral of the story is that he will lose his family, lose his girl, then the business will still crumble. So what does he have? Nothing. You know, just that kind of, the runs girl archetype is also here. We also have something that I found very interesting is this flip-flop where you either have, in a bit to overcorrect the long-suffering woman, you have a bitter career woman. So she works and makes money, but it's almost like that has hardened her to just that. She's resentful of the fact that she has to work very hard and nobody sees her. Then now comes in, if it's a Nigerian version of a romance, it's now also a hyper provider who wants to break down her walls with his own money. You know, it's money versus money. It's not really two people. So yeah, I mean, there's that. Another thing I find a bit worrying at the moment is I'm seeing a lot of, particularly with skits, because of the attention deficit, there's this, I don't know how to explain it, but it's the Nigerian as a joke. Regardless of whatever it is, that the Nigerian individual is fundamentally funny beyond anything else. So it doesn't matter what the story you're trying to tell is. When it boils down to it, you find that we're no longer thinking of the situation. It's just the funny. And because we all love to laugh, I find that initially it was a thing of you laugh and you think. And you laugh and you think, but now we're just laughing. Like there's no more, there's a constant trying to flatten. So it is, the suffering is funny, the enjoyment is funny, everything is funny. And I've been looking more and more, it's just this thing of we're being flattened to just these funny people. And we're not really thinking about what the story is anymore.
Always need to have sensitive conversations, difficult conversations. You just always thought it was important to be as honest as you possibly can, and also alienate people by, emphasizing academic language or trying to always be extra politically correct. But I do think what this course has made me think about, and I'm probably going to take back with me as we continue with what I said, is the degree to which we push. I think sometimes we want to keep things light and we want to keep things easy. So sometimes it's just taking things a step further to interrogate conditioning and why we do the things we do, not just explaining how well we do is dangerous or harmful or just not optimal for everybody. But I think I want to figure out how we can go a step further, think a little deeper, have conversations that are a bit trickier. I think we do a good job, but there's no reason we can't do a great job. So I think what I'm going to say is we're definitely going to try to take all our conversations a step further and interrogate where your thoughts are coming from.
As co-host of I Said What I Said, Jola Ayeye didn't just build a podcast, she built a cultural mirror, a space where women hear the thoughts they've buried, spoken back to them boldly, where discomfort is not avoided, but examined. With her platform, young people of both genders have come to accept that success is not measured only by certain standards. Instead, success can be whatever you want it to be.
I think and I'll take it back to what I said before about not allowing yourself be anxious over others, because remember that this is two things for you. It's something you enjoy doing, but it's also your job, right? So I don't think, there are tons of accountants saying, where is this report going? What's this report going to do in the world, right? They do their job and then they deploy the capital they get from their job in line with their ideology, their beliefs and their needs. But I don't think that you should be bogged down as a woman in a space that it can turn misogynistic very quickly, right?
When we think about entertainment, what people consume, and I guess where people take the first points of information from, creators typically come to mind. We are most likely almost always online consuming content from content creators, and that means that the responsibility is on creators essentially to inform, to ensure that people are educated, and also to ensure that the thing that they create, whatever content it is in whatever form or format, is not something that essentially worsens the situation in terms of gender equity, but also it just helps people better understand, what are the demands of, our time, helps people be more responsible.
We just had a conversation about what people want. We wanted to say what they want. Mm-hmm. And it was only, when I was in university, it was a philosophical thing. Where do your wants come from, right? None of your wants are in a vacuum. Everybody likes to feel like they're independent, but there are things that are similarity based on culture. So if you meet a Yoruba girl born to Christian parents in the 90s, we all have a lot of similarities and we have a lot of ideologies around. Those things don't come in a vacuum, right? But if we're all such unique people, how come when you have these markers, a lot of your desires are the same? Mm-hmm. And one of the things that's very difficult as filmmakers from specific cultures, we don't realize how powerful our culture are and how much of our condition. So sometimes you really think that your thinking is independent and that you want what you want just because you want it. Mm-hmm. But the reality of the situation is, what's then happens when your wants change? And that's what the point is. If you are a woman who has always wanted to be a housewife, and everybody has said that that's what you want, why is such an issue when you wake up and that wants changes? Why is such an issue if your partner is so excellent as money and you are the one that's bad as money? How come over time, if you improve and you want to take on the reins, right? For partners, I want to support you. I've got it better at this stage. Why is it now an issue? Why are we having arguments if my modes have changed, right? Nobody ever has a problem when a woman's wants change from independence to subservience. But when your wants change from subservience to independence, there is an issue. And that's what is difficult to design storytelling around. And it's because our conditioning tells us that a woman's subservience is natural. That is the natural order of things. So it is more natural for you to want certain things than others. And that's why there's friction constantly. Talk about that, what we would like to see as opposed to what the reality is. I remember there's an ad. I remember just saying, mommy in the kitchen, cooking rice.
So when was that?
It didn't have, there was this idea of daddy goes to work, mommy comes home, or even social studies textbooks at the time did not even have mommy going to work. She didn't even go to work. It was daddy goes to work, mommy takes care of the house. When you come back from school, and then you have your chores, then you show the daddy and the son washing the car, the mommy and the girl are in the kitchen.
That's Maximilian.
Yeah, Maximilian textbook. So I think sometimes I wonder, and that's a question, but we can bring it up now. I wonder about this idea of what we would like to see as opposed to what the reality is. Because one of my favorite things about digital media is sometimes ad agencies will have these dreams and they go ahead with the dream of let's change let's change the narrative. and they'll do something that they think is very interesting. And then maybe you see like a vox pop, right? Of somebody talking to everyday regular people. And you know, people, you see some, maybe the person asks a question about, oh, men asking, do you cook? And then you just hear a Nigerian man saying, is this Telemundo? Like just and you kind of now remember that actually, this is where we are, right? And there's the aspirational type of content, and there's stuff that, as we're having these discussions, this is what we would love to see. But sometimes, I think in a bid to be forceful with our storytelling, or let's reimagine situation, it starts to feel like there's TV land and there's the real world. Almost like for the sake of advertising, for the sake of ticking boxes, this is what we'll portray, but everybody knows how it really is.
For me, the main takeout was just like how intentional we need to be around like gender storytelling. So trying to be progressive, like trying to ensure that people are able to create work that is not stereotypical, that can like advance like the scope of possibilities for the people who are consuming the content.
Because gender equitable storytelling isn't always polite. It doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't dilute the truth to make it easier to swallow. It says the thing. The thing everyone is thinking, but few are willing to risk saying. As a writer and a relentless reader, Jola understands that stories shape power. And for too long, power has shaped which stories survive. So she interrogates them, reclaims them, rewrites them, not as a performance, but as truth-telling.
Nigerians are not stupid. Creative. They watch Game of Thrones, they're not foolish. We act like our audience is consistently the most rabid, daft. Let me explain what I'm trying to say. We are consistently afraid. We hide behind the Nigerian audience instead of being honest about what we want. We want to make more money, and that's fine. But we have to stop pretending that there's only one kind of audience member, and stop. My whole thing has been stop condescending to the audience. Not everything you do incredibly well, but I'm just trying to encourage myself to take more risks. And sometimes you teach your audience what they want.
Yes.
Yeah. They don't know until they see it.
Yes.
They don't know that they care about certain conversations till they hear it.
Yes.
Right? And so it's something that I realized. I remember when we hired our new social media manager, and one of the things she said was she can guarantee us virality based on how she cut certain clips. And she did. She'll cut it so that you actually sound crazy. Nigerians love it. That's what she kept saying. They love it. They love these types of conversations. They love it. They love it. They love it. But I also then realized that you can't hide behind you can't hide your interest behind the idea that your audience only cares about one thing or likes one thing. Right? I want to make more money. I do want the validation of seeing my work go viral. But if that is the only thing I'm chasing, I will never ever do things that matter. Never. I will never do things that matter. So that's been a big thing for me, figuring out how to teach the audience what they want.
I remember watching a movie with a friend, and in the movie, it was so funny. This like a Nigerian movie, and it was just one scene where the guy had done something to upset his children, right? No, it was in My Father's Shadow, and he apologized to his son. And the person I went to watch the movie, we started laughing. Said, my father, if I hear. But it wasn't uncommon because he muttered it, but the guy in front of us was like, as in, basically like that. And it's something as simple as an apology, right? So I think I'm wondering to what degree, we're talking as content creators, so let's be lofty in our ambitions. Let's speak out. Let's create what we want to see. So what degree are we like whining ourselves, honestly, in the environment that we're in? Like, does it make sense?
For me, the main takeout was just like how intentional we need to be around like gender storytelling. So trying to be progressive, like trying to ensure that people are able to create work that is not stereotypical, that can like advance like the scope of possibilities for the people who are consuming the content.
Up with someone who is clearly of higher